wars, for gods and legends in the scores. Ruthless clicks unending vain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams. World of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights. Triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the streets where shadows roam, silent screams we far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are laid.
Oh well, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah. Yep, today was my birthday. Well, technically it still is my birthday. For another, what, 4 hours? Nah, it would probably just make me feel bad. I'm already a fat guy. I don't need a reminder of other people who are skinnier than me. I know there are people that are skinnier. I don't need visual reminders of that. We're gonna need some stone for foundation. Except I don't remember where that's mountain stone. I'm gonna build a bridge. I'm gonna build a better looking bridge, actually, is what I should say. I don't know how much stone I'm gonna need for the foundation of the bridge, but it appears. Naked teddy bears? Most bears are usually, most teddy bears are naked from the waist down anyways. Most of them just wear t-shirts. But even then, teddy bears are usually skinnier than me, so fuck those teddy bears. Let's see, need some foundation things. at least something that looks like a foundation. Those are foundations, but I think it's solid foundations. But do we want a foundation like that? Mountain stone foundation? Do we want... Hi, Maddie. How are you? You like teddy bears? You like their nipples? Those are teddy bears, not teddy bears. Or actually, they're more along the lines of bear titties. Can I do... B... Actually, Q... Yeah, bear titties show the nipples. Teddy bears wear t-shirts and no shorts. Kind of stupid, but I don't know. I didn't invent the teddy bears, so I don't know what the actual rules for teddy bears are. They're like Donald Duck. They wear a shirt but no pants. It's weird. um what if I go like this? Red, that's pink. Stone. Go coal. Black stone. Oh, I kind of like that. That's cool looking. Maybe that's what we should do. We'll do black stone foundation. That's kind of cool. Oh, try not to get stuck on a giant mushroom. Try not to get stuck on a giant mushroom. Go back over here to the elevator and elevator. That's actually a good idea. Wrong one. You do copper. You do a copper bridge. That's not it. I get my stone from. I hate this because I've got all these chests and I don't know where anything is. Nope. Yep. Let's throw the stone back in here. And I think what we'll do is coal. Coal so we can have black stone foundations. Wrong crate. Wrong crate. Wrong crate. So our stonework can be black. We're gonna throw that. Was it Acacia? Joshua. Joshua wood can go back in here. Yeah. Joshua wood back in there. This stuff. The sequoia wood looks pretty cool. I think the red and the purple will look really cool. I'm off to bed later, everyone. Good night, Will. Pleasant dreams. See you next week sometime. I probably won't be on when you get up. I will probably be sleeping by then. I started at what, 8 this morning, so my day's been over 12 hours so far, so not straight through with streaming. I took a an hour and a half break there to eat some dinner. Eat some dinner and relax and walk around a little bit. Now we're going to build a bridge. Building bridges. We're gonna do a cool looking bridge. Or at least we're gonna try to make a cool looking bridge. Actually, what we're gonna aim for right over there. Wade through the water yet again. Because we can't get our shit together. How wavy the water is. It looks so weird. This is what our water would do if the earth was flat. And we had no, like, true gravitational pull. Our water would just kind of flop around and do whatever. Although if I put it over here, we'll really be able to see it. If I do it back over here, you'll get a good look at it. Why does it render in so weird looking over here? This side looks weird, and you get over on the other side and it looks smooth. And the water going up and down has definitely gotten a lot more distance on it than it had before. Okay, so our foundations. Our foundations in here. Wait, what the fuck? Where did all of this shit come from? This shit wasn't in here before. Although we could build on top of this stuff. This stuff was never here before. Well, that would probably run us right into the trees. As we go this way. That and that area right there didn't have that sharp drop off right there before. When I first built this. Hmm. Oh, you mother plus bucket. Damn pigs. Damn you piggies. Getting in the way. Should stuff the pigs. Damnable little bastards. Okay, now let's see. I knew I heard a bear. I knew I heard a bear over there. Oh, the little piggies got stuck. The little piggies got stuck. I think Mr. Bear got stuck over there too. Don't think he can get over. I think he's kind of trapped in that spot. I don't know if there's actually a way for him to get down here. Not that it matters, but okay, so go black with let's see. What was I doing? I was looking to Don't know if there's a solid ramp. There's stairs. But they had a solid ramp. Wonder if I could flip the stairs over. See if I can do that. Hmm. Um. Ramp. Already have stairs on there. So that actually would look kind of cool. And uh, um, they have the triangle. Right, left, left side and right side. Not that it truly matters on these. Hmm. We will see. But I need to reverse it. Mm, the fuck? Didn't even click on it. Oh, that's fucking bullshit, dude. Their shit just does not match. I mean, that's the way I want to do it, but now my ramps don't really match that. I guess I could always take the ramps out after the fact and put in other pieces. Do like a wall piece between those. I wonder if I could do that. I'll bet I can't do that. Hmm. 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 Is there a slope on here? See, they should have just a slope that matches that. Technically, they have wall pieces, but too much of a pain in the ass to get them to match up with it. Cube. Edge. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, decorative striped stocking for Christmas. For Christmas. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, I could just leave them like that. And then what I'm going to do for the surface. Hmm. God damn it. What am I doing? The fuck? That is not what I wanted. Um... Oh, you fucking... There we go. That's a little better. Now, I'm going to do this. That looks cooler. So that way I can run this out. All right. This side's a lot longer than that side. As far as stuff getting run out. Let's see. If I go. Hold on. Slow acting fucking bullshit. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Shit, shit, shit. Um, oh, fucking. Yeah, the snapping on this game leaves a little to be desired still. I mean, at least it still works. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Let me stand the fuck up, please. Thank you. Oh, oh, it's magic. Oh my god, the breath hold on this definitely needs improvement. It needs a lot of improvement. These characters cannot hold their breath for nothing. Hello? Thank you. And if your head's above water, you don't really need to hold your breath, honestly. You serious? I can't. What? I can't put that back in there? My short on shore mud? Okay, bird stripes. Fucking kidding me, Jesus. Look at the fastest fucking breath hold ever. Oh my god. Really? Motherfucking. Black stone on the outside. Purple crystal road. Or base, or whatever you want to call it. And then that's just stacked up in there. And wall. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, do I want to do it kind of like that? I want to match that kind of shit. And can I do that with crystals? Or clay? Hmm. Hmm. Or do I do it like that? Oh, flat black. Flat black or shiny black, like obsidian. I'm going to do obsidian. I could do an obsidian floor. Tear all that amethyst out. Obsidian is shiny black. Uh, see, those sides are... We could do the floor in obsidian. Should be that pure black right there. Which would actually look pretty cool. Gotta be honest. Obsidian. We'll get rid of the crystal. There's my crystal hat. Do that. Sequoia. Do I really want sequoia though? I mean, honestly. Red. Do copper. Copper would be kind of cool. Copper's not that hard to find. It's easy. It's obsidian and copper are not that hard to locate. I don't see anything on the... You fucking pigs better get the fuck out of here. Oh, I want to try something. Come on, piggies. Follow me. I got an idea. Kind of hoping they would try crossing the bridge, but I guess they can tell when there's not something solid underneath there. They're just like, yeah, no, we're not, no. Miss Peter, no. No. Okay, so we do this, but not in Sequoia. Do that in. Stop. Oh my god, stop trying to attach to everything else. Yeah, that looks pretty fucking slick. That looks dangerous. Crazy. That looks crazy cool. Very reflective and shiny black. Actually, I have an idea. Cool. Yes. Obsidian. Ooh, that's so slick looking. If it rained on that, you would slide right off and go in the drink. Just saying. Okay, now should we try to do? Wonder what copper would look like for posts for the wood, but in a copper color. So ew, copper looks like smashed butthole. Okay, we're not definitely not doing copper. No, 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 no. No, no. Mr. Copper, no good. Okay, copper. Yeah, copper's no good. Wonder if can we do it in a rough ingot? Ugh, god damn it. Copper rough ingot. Oh, that's better looking. Uh, but still no. It's just curious, but still no. Still no. Um, I have in the way of dude, Joshua. That's pink. Opposed to red. Acacia. Conifer. Oak. Hmm. Uh, let's see. Sequoia, acacia, conifer. Conifer looks weird. Stripes are in the wrong direction. In fact, all of them are in the wrong direction for that. What about like a curb? Curbs are in the wrong direction too. Hmm. Oh, that looks fucking cool too. Oh, Obsidian keeps winning out. Why? Because it's black. It's black and it's cool looking. Also, it's not what I wanted. Um, mm-hmm. Just out of curiosity, what did those look like? Oh, that actually looks pretty cool. I gotta say, that looks cool. Although that in red, that looks a lot like regular bar tile roofing. Yeah, I'm kind of digging the red. That, yeah, I like that. Good. If I put a regular roof on it, but if I do it like this, won't need that. I can do it in the lodge poles like this. Just wish I could get that, but in just the color. Get it changed to the color that I want. So I kind of wish they had the color palette like Space Engineers. But I wonder what this would look like. Hmm. With that black. Oh, gotta say that looks pretty good with that. Um, that almost looks like plastic. God damn it, you fucking piece of shit. Turn. The fuck? God damn, you fucking piece of shit. Why the fuck will that not go where I want it? fucking shit on you, fuck. Put it on the fucking. Put it on there, you fucking dickhead. Oh my fucking god. Why will this not let me fucking do that? The fuck? I don't know what the fuck is up with that. Oh, well, fuck. Fuck me, Jesus. Really? It'd be fucking like that, huh? It's fine until I try to turn it that one last little bit. Works fine as long as you're in the right position for it, I guess. I don't know. That don't make any fucking sense. Nope, that don't even fucking work. How is that even fucking... What the fuck is right there that it cannot fucking do anything? Oh, really? Works on that side, not on this side. Hmm. Sorta. Fuck you. Won't even let it sit in that fucking slot. I'm gonna fucking flip out here in a minute. Oh my god, you want to fucking do anything? No, no, no. You can't fucking... Can't have that fucking do anything for you. That'd be like making shit fucking work. That can be done. Unless you just want to fucking build with your own fucking... I want to look fucking cool though. I want to look like shit that I fucking designed. I don't want fucking pre-made fucking bullshit. I want to look good like my fucking shit up there. Why is this so fucking hard to do? Hmm. I like that shit. Like that. Big fucking beams and all the cool looking shit. Mm. You fucking. Oh, you mother. Fuck you. Pick that motherfucking thing up. See, those don't look nearly as good as the white ones, because you can't just replace the white. So that you can have black with gold accent to it, or black with silver accent to it. See, and then what I would like to do is match something like that on there. Only there's no grand arch for shit like this. And while the black colonnades are cool, it sure as fuck don't go with like the cool interlaced wood beams. I mean, they're just fucking columns. I don't like it. I don't want colonnades like that. I want to do my cool fucking wood beams. Because the only way the colonnades look good is if they're capped with gold or silver or some kind of metal, you know what I mean? This just changes the colors to that black, and that's it. And they don't look good that way. Well, chat's certainly talking my ear off tonight. My whopping 2 viewers. Here. Put a fucking
2 weeks of work
story
for
on.
almost $6,000. How could I refuse? That was what I thought when looking at the bizarre listing in an email I had received. It said, temporary night security needed for local antique and clothes shop. 2-week contract, $6,000 upon completion of contract. I was shocked that it was still available when I had contacted the store. The owner had answered the call and had told me I was hired on the phone without even asking for any references or my resume. I had never actually worked security before, but I was on the larger side and trained in self-defense and knew how to aim a flashlight, so I figured I could give it a shot. I'd just been laid off at my previous job due to downsizing, and even though security work is not my specialty, I told myself I would make it work for that sort of money. Part of me was thinking even back then what the catch was to be getting that much more than minimum wage. But beggars can't be choosers. I left with plenty of time to find the place and arrive before being late. It was a strange little store down a disturbingly barren stretch of road, almost 2 miles from the nearest shopping center. Kind of a bad place if they're trying to sell anything, but I guess it didn't matter as long as their money was good. I pulled into a dingy parking lot and saw a faded little sign that indicated the business was known as the Proud Tailor. They apparently sold antiques and old apparel. They must have made a solid business to pay for this much security. I wondered why it was so much and why it was only 2 weeks, though.
Why is that
I guessed
upside
that it didn't matter
down?
and got out of my car, taking my flashlight
Fuck.
since it was already very dark and there was little in the way of parking lot lights out here. As I walked through the lot, I almost walked right past the entrance. I had to turn back and do a double take. It was odd, but it almost seemed when looking at it from the right angle to look sort of blurry, almost like a heat mirage. I was interrupted from the strange daze when another car arrived in the lot. I walked over to it and met my contact, Mr. Jaspin. He regarded me curtly, thanked me for being on time, and then, immediately without skipping a beat, launched into a tirade of rules for this job that I felt I would need a notebook just to write down and keep track of. "Excuse me, sir. What?" was the first of many interjections I made when hearing the bizarre tasks I was now expected to perform at my new, albeit temporary place of employment. "Yes, I know it sounds weird, but the owner is a pretty weird man, honestly. He pays well, considering." He put on his best appealing smile and continued with the weird list. I listened with increasing incredulity to this man, who, besides the owner on the phone, was the only contact I had made thus far when taking this job. After he had gone over 6 of them, I made a note list on my phone and had him repeat several of them. "Oh my," he said in a somewhat condescending tone. "I hope your observational skills are better than your listening ones. Very well. Once more, here are the rules." I was annoyed by the insult, but was ready with my note app this time. "Hours of security will be from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. No taking breaks in the store. Breaks must occur in the external security booth. Lunch break must occur at 2:30 a.m. and must not occur in the building. No touching of any merchandise, especially no touching of displays. At 1 a.m. precisely, the customer bathroom must be inspected and cleaned out if necessary. If there is trash in the receptacle near the back room, please dispose of it in the locking dumpster outside. No staring at any displays. Back room is off limits except in an emergency situation. Trespassers are to be detained and our contact with the police is to be called to arrange removal." "Is that all? I thought there was a lot," I said, half smirking and nervously laughing a bit after Mr. Jaspin had finished speaking. I gave up on humor when he glowered back at me and decided I should just listen. His friendly demeanor was broken, and he flatly stated that the rules are the rules for a reason. Keep to them, and there will be no problems. If you do not follow them, Then we cannot guarantee your safe. He paused mid-sentence and corrected, cannot guarantee full compensation for the services rendered. Please abide by them at all times. He humorlessly bid me good night and left, leaving me alone in the parking lot without even having a proper tour of the inside of the building I would be guarding or any other type of orientation beyond the meticulous listing of rules. This was really weird, and I found myself wishing I had found something a bit more run-of-the-mill and less bizarre, even if it paid less. But I reminded myself of how much money it would be, and I decided to try and ignore the nagging feeling in my gut and get to work, whatever that looked like here. I took a quick stroll around the perimeter of the store. It was not too big, but something about it made walking near and around it feel like it took longer than it should have. It felt like, with how small it appeared from the parking lot, I could be around the building in 2 minutes flat. But somehow it took me 5 minutes to get back to the front where I had started. I brushed it off as maybe just being distracted by the new scenery and the barren surroundings. Perhaps as well the unerring darkness and quiet surrounding the place. At least without light pollution, the moon was visible, but it was faint and everything was still very dark. I decided to head to the security booth and get set up. The security room, if you could even call it a room and not just a repurposed tool shed, was very dingy. At least it was well lit, since it was so small, the single overhead light bulb made itself. There was a small CCTV which appeared to be connected to 3 security cameras positioned in the store. I went to switch them on, but they appeared to be dead. I saw a note attached below one of the monitors indicating the cameras were out of service and that a manual inspection of the building would be required at 1-hour intervals. There was an antique-looking brass key that I figured must be the store's key. I pocketed it and sat down. I was not sure what to do in the booth out here without working cameras. Just watch for people trying to break in around the lot, maybe. I figured I would patrol the perimeter every 30 minutes to get some steps in and see if anything was happening, in between checking in on the store and patrolling inside per the hour mandate mentioned
Piece
on
of
the note.
fucking trash.
I brought a few books to read while waiting between patrols and trying to get comfortable on the hard steel chair I had been given to sit on in the security station. I thought that maybe they could afford to pay so much for the security job because they didn't spend a dime on any amenities for actual security personnel. After an uneventful hour of sitting in the security shack, as I started to call it, since anything more formal would be an insult to actual security stations, I realized I had to get up and head inside to do my rounds for the first time. I grabbed my flashlight and walked to the front door again. I saw the strange distortion near it once more and wondered what in the world could cause that hazy effect. I hoped it was not a gas leak or something. I fumbled with the odd key for a moment and the door creaked open on loud hinges. It was freezing inside, somehow even colder than outside. I didn't think that was possible unless they had some sort of air conditioner on, which would be bizarre since it was winter. I was wishing I had brought a warmer coat, but I had a job to do, so I pushed inside through the frigid air and into the store proper. There was minimal lighting inside when it was closed. I was glad I had my flashlight, still wished there were at least a few overhead lights I could turn on while patrolling. Every switch I found appeared to be shut down and no additional lights could be turned on. The main floor was not too large, and I decided to just do a circuit around the floor and then once through the middle and call it good. I took a small path to the right and passed some shelves with musty books and library paraphernalia. Rounding the corner, I saw some very disturbing-looking mannequins near the back wall. They were all wearing old-fashioned and ornate Victorian-era clothing. The faces and general air of the looming figures was very creepy, and I didn't like how, as I walked, the heads always seemed to be facing me. But I figured I was just a bit creeped out by the strangeness of the store and would get used to it on subsequent patrols. I saw near the mannequin wall a door and a restroom sign and knew that was on my checklist. I thought I might just clear it now, but the rules said to check it at 1 a.m. exactly, so I decided to abide by them and check back later. I kept walking, passing by racks of old clothes and wall displays of tools, of relics, and even some weapons. I didn't see anything out of order on my rounds for the first time, at least whatever order looks like for that weird store. I looked back briefly into the freezing store and closed and locked the door again and returned to the security shack. I went through the motions several more times uneventfully. I had taken my break and just read straight through it. I thought about the break rule and didn't know who would be crazy enough to want to take a break or lunch in that musty refrigerator with those creepy mannequins watching you. At 1 a.m., I checked the bathroom. It looked unused, and fortunately there was no mess to clean up. I was about to leave again when I saw faint red stains near the basin of the sink. I turned on the water and used some antibacterial wipes to clean it away. I didn't know what it was, but it may have been blood, so best to take precautions. When leaving, the creepy mannequins caught my eye again, and I could have sworn I saw an odd red stain on the coat of one that was not there before. I took the garbage from the bathroom, and as I was headed out, I remembered I had to check the other garbage and looked by the back room door to see a portable garbage can. It was very heavy, and I wondered how they could produce this much waste in a day. I took both garbages out back and took them out to a sealed dumpster. Inside the heavy can was a triple sealed bag. It smelled pretty bad, and I didn't even want to know what kind of funky shit was in it. I pulled the lever on the dumpster to lower the tray and put the bulging garbage bag on, along with the smaller bathroom garbage. I pushed it back into place and heard a heavy thumping fall and kind of an eerie squishing sound. I don't even want to know, I thought to myself yet again that night. I returned to the security shack and sat back down. The rest of the first night was uneventful, and I was hopeful that it would stay that way for the next couple of weeks, and I could just get my payday and not spend any more time at this bizarre place. The next 2 days were fairly uneventful, though the mundane nature of those 2 nights meant that when the hammer fell, I was too comfortable and was less prepared for the insanity of the next night. It was Thursday, my 4th night, and I had arrived a little late when I started my patrol. I had found broken glass out near the back where the dumpster was. I thought it was odd, but I was a bit more concerned when I noticed that amidst the glass was what looked like clothing fabric and traces of blood. This set me on edge, but I couldn't find anything else nearby, so I reluctantly returned to the security shack. I wished that I had been given a contact number besides the police line that, according to the rules, was meant only for when we needed to detain trespassers. I thought maybe I would make a note of it and ask Mr. Jaspin when I spoke with him next. It was time to go into the store and do my rounds. It was bitterly cold as usual, and I saw as I was walking around that some displays had been knocked over and there was a bit of a mess in the aisles. It was strange that whoever had closed had not cleaned it up. I was told not to even touch the merchandise, so I didn't know if I should put it back or not. I decided in this case it might be okay.
Fuck it.
I was
Leave
not going
it.
to steal anything after all, so bent down and started collecting a few articles of clothing and placing them back onto the clothes racks. When I finished, I looked around and was shocked when all the mannequins all seemed to be looking directly at me. Not just the ones on the wall who were already facing the center, but the other ones as well. I was getting a bit freaked out, and I started to hear a high-pitched buzzing noise as well. I resolved to finish up and get out of there as quickly as I could. Then I realized to my misfortune I had to use the bathroom just then. I ran away from the staring eyes of the mannequins and used the customer restroom where I always did, since the security shack had no facilities. When I finished, I decided to just take the trash out now and clean up the bathroom. It was only 11 p.m., but I figured I had already touched the merchandise, so why not just get the bathroom done while I was at it? One less thing to worry about later. The garbage by the back room seemed to be empty, so I left it and returned to the security shack. At 1 a.m., I went back inside to do my rounds again, but something was off. The building was slightly warmer, and I noticed that a rather foul smell was coming from the bathroom. I had just cleaned there, I thought. How is that possible? I opened the door, and somehow the garbage was full of strips of bloody cloth and surgical needles, the sort of thing normally needed to be disposed of in a biohazard crate. There were other less obvious things in the bin, and after my disgust at the smell had died down, I paused and became very concerned. I'd already cleaned this out. How the hell did this get here now? Was someone else here? I suppressed a shudder and decided to step outside as I was leaving. I heard the smash of glass and it sounded like it was coming from outside. I ran outside and saw a figure sprinting around the corner of the store. I dropped the bag of garbage and shouted, "Stop!" as loud as I could, but they raced on and I gave chase. They were moving so quickly I knew I couldn't catch up. Then they slipped on something and fell. As I caught up, I saw what turned out to be a small pool of some liquid. I raced over to the prone form and found a young man. He was panting hard and what appeared to be blood was all over him. I didn't know if he was possibly a threat. He looked more scared than dangerous. But if he was desperate to get away, he could be unsafe, so I approached slowly. He was small and fairly young, maybe 18 or 19. He had no remarkable features besides a faint scar over his right eyebrow and some sort of tree branch tattoo on his right forearm. "Holy shit, dude. You scared the hell out of me. What are you doing?" I asked him, out of breath and trying to regain my composure. He started. "You have to help me," he blurted out, still panic-stricken about something. I didn't know what he was doing. All I heard was glass breaking somewhere, and he was there taking off running. His behavior did not seem to indicate vandalism, but why was he there? "Slow down and tell me what happened. Who are you, and what were you doing here?" I asked him as calmly as I could to try to de-escalate the situation. Okay, just..." He took a deep breath and continued. "Just please listen. I need to find my sister. She was at this store, or whatever this place is, when it was somewhere else, and she went missing." I listened to him as panic and frenzy started welling up in his voice again. "I don't know how this place is here or why it is, but I need to find her before it's gone again." It looked like he was speaking sincerely, even though I couldn't make sense of it. "What do you mean before it's gone again?" I asked. "This place, this weird store. It was in a shopping mall, this exact store." "You mean they moved here?" I tried to clarify. "No, this exact store," he shouted back at me. "Look, friend, I don't know what you think is going on here, but I assure you it's just us here. Your sister's not here. No one else is even here right now, and it looks like you're in a bad way," I said as I looked at his haggard appearance and the blood staining his clothes. I tried to calm him down and managed to take him to the security shack. I told him I would call the police line I was given and that they would help him find his sister. I didn't know if he was delusional or schizophrenic or something, but I figured I needed help in this case, so I finally called the number. There was a substantial wait considering it was supposed to be a police line, and somebody finally answered. "Stanton speaking," was the terse and fairly agitated voice on the other line. I explained the situation to him, and I thought I heard an annoyed groan suppressed on the other line, filled by a quick, "I'll be right over. Hold and wait." And the line went dead. "Real cheery fellow," I muttered sarcastically to myself. The young man, who still hadn't given me his name, was sitting on the floor of the shack, not taking his eyes off the main building. He wouldn't speak anymore, but the panicked look never left his eyes. I started to second-guess myself and thought maybe something was in there. I didn't know for certain everything that was in that place, like the back room, for example. Then I thought of the weird garbage I saw after I'd already cleaned it. I tried to break the awkward silence, and I asked him about his tattoo. "That's cool. What's it supposed to be?" I asked him. He paused as if considering if he should answer. Then he finally responded and said, "It's a hazel branch. My sister and I each have one in honor of our mother who passed away." We waited for a little over an hour. I was wondering if the officer was going to show up and considered calling the normal emergency services, but I didn't want to get in trouble if I broke the rules. I needed that money. It was almost my lunchtime, and I was getting hungry and impatient. I was about to call again when I heard a blood-curdling scream from what sounded like inside the store. Before I knew what was going on, the man stood up and rushed out and sprinted to the main door, taking the keys with him. He knocked me out of my chair and I fell hard to the ground. I didn't have time to stop him. He was in the store before I could get up and chase after him. Once I got to my feet, I rushed for the building as I saw the lights of a patrol car approach. A large man stepped out. I didn't recognize the uniform. Something seemed off. Then I realized that even though he wore a police uniform, there weren't any identifying features on it, besides just looking like the generic police outfit. His car, too, though it had lights, it did not appear to be city, state, or county sheriff. I didn't know what was up, but right then I didn't care. We needed to see what was going on inside with that scream and the young man. I explained the situation, and the man, Stanton as he said his name, looked at his watch and grimaced. Oh, shit. Why did it have to be now? He looked concerned, and I was about to ask him what was wrong when he put a hand up and told me in no uncertain terms. Thank you for the heads up. I'll handle it from here. I was confused. Wait, handle it? Don't you need help in there? What are we going to do? I asked, trying to hide my own nervousness. No, sir, he responded curtly. It's 2:30 a.m. and you have a lunch to attend. In fact, for that matter, considering the situation, why don't you just take the rest of the night off? It's not going to be safe in there and the professionals will handle it. Wait, what? What do you mean? I stammered out. Someone is in there, possibly someone else who needs help or something dangerous. Don't you need backup or something? I asked, feeling the tension increase. He paused for a moment and looked very threatening as he shifted his gaze back towards me. I already called backup. They will be here shortly. Thank you again, but you have to leave now. But don't you at least need a statement or something? I asked, not wanting to be left out of whatever was happening, since something didn't feel right. I just took your statement. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist. As he finished the statement, he rested his hand on the grip of his firearm, and I took the hint from there. This all felt wrong. I didn't want to leave, but he had made it clear I didn't have much of a choice. I considered calling the emergency line and checking if this guy was legit, but as I walked away, I noticed my phone was missing. I looked back, and the man Stanton was speaking on his own phone. I couldn't hear everything, but I made out a few words. Dangerous and handled. I got to my car and was idling for a bit when I heard a loudspeaker yell out that I needed to go now. This is a potential crime scene. Clear off, or you will be prosecuted. Stanton called out by the door holding a megaphone. I took one last look behind and I left. I still feel guilty about that decision. I didn't know what happened, but it all felt wrong. Maybe I could have done more. I didn't hear anything in the news about what happened the next day and was eager for any information. I considered calling Stanton again to see what happened, but I decided against it and called the line I had used to inquire about the position. The line was disconnected now. What the hell is going on? I wondered. I arrived a little early just to see what happened. I thought the store hours should have seen it open right now, but it was locked up and no one was around. I wondered if they had been open at all today. I checked the security shack and, as expected, no note, no nothing, no indication of anything that had happened. I stepped inside for my first patrol and I did not see anything amiss. The garbage was very full, but besides that, everything seemed spotless. I couldn't find anything wrong, no signs of a struggle. No one was around. What the hell happened here? I said softly to myself. I kept walking and I heard a crunch under my foot. I thought I had stepped on glass, but I was shocked and somewhat horrified when I saw I had stepped on and crushed my own cell phone. I must have dropped it here, but I can't remember doing it. Besides having a cracked screen now, it looked like it was covered in a dark brownish liquid. I shuddered when I brought it closer to my face and smelled the metallic tinge of blood. What the hell? I looked around a bit more and couldn't find any other evidence of last night's events. I had a bad feeling something very wrong had happened here. At 1 a.m., I returned and checked the bathroom. It was spotless and no garbage was in there. I left, but I noticed the chill in the building had returned, and I swear I had seen a light from underneath the back room door. Only one more week, You can do this. Just one more week, I muttered to myself like a mantra and left. Surprisingly, the next 4 days did not have anything strange in store for me. Yet because of how uneventful and mundane they were, it gave me a growing sense of dread that something was going to happen. Yet day after day of tense anticipation, there was nothing. On the last day of all days, I saw the thing that I can never unsee. The thing that leads me to writing this account and trying to find any trace of that nightmarish hellscape masquerading as a quaint clothes store. It seemed like the last couple of nights at first, and I was grateful since after that night I would be able to get my payday and be done with this sketchy store. On my first patrol, I took the garbage bin by the back room out since it was almost overflowing. It was incredibly heavy, and as I pulled it along, I must have hit a large rock with the wheel and it went tumbling over. That very same rock or friction or whatever force in play must have succeeded in cutting open one of the normally sealed bags. And when it splayed its contents out, I thought I was going to vomit, pass out, or scream. Instead, I just looked on in horrified confusion as there were what appeared to be pounds of bloody rags, rusted surgical equipment, and some strips of unidentifiable flesh. The gory bag was inexplicable, and my mind raced to try and find some explanation for the grisly contents of the bag. Was someone here doing illegal surgeries or something? What the hell is this? I thought of Mr. Jaspin and his creepy smile, the owner who I had spoken to on the phone but never met in person, and the weird police officer, if he really was one. I felt panic sinking in at how I was involved in whatever this mess was, trying to help them guard whatever this place really was. I had not thought to arrive too early on any day except one to check for sure. But when I had, I didn't see any employees here, much less any customers. Hell, I had never even seen this store open, if it really was a store. I was wondering if I was even going to be paid, or if
Probably
something bad
not.
might happen to me. I left the gruesome bag where it was. I was not going to put my hands on potential evidence, but I realized in horror as I returned to the security shack that I had indeed done just that. Now, could I really tell someone else? No one else was here, just me and a bag of bloody evidence of something having happened. If something illegal was happening, how would I prove I was not involved? It's just been me here for 2 weeks. I thought of the young man, too, the intruder a few nights ago. I wish I knew what they had done with him. There were too many bad things that could have happened, and I felt sick at the implication of all of them. I felt guilty, too, yet I did not know what I could do now, so I resolved to just finish the night and hopefully get paid, and then maybe put an anonymous report in when I was done with these people. I sat and brooded and became more and more paranoid as the night went on. I did not do my rounds around the store since I had no wish to pass that horrifying bag of organic detritus again. I decided near the end of the night to go into the store one more time and break one of the rules. I had to know. I had to know if someone was in the back room. Was there someone there the whole time at night? Were they responsible for the strange events that occurred? At 5 a.m. on my last patrol, I summoned the courage to do it. I went inside and it felt even colder than it had on previous nights. I slowly approached the back room door and bent down to see if I saw lights on the other side. My suspicion was confirmed. There was a faint glow. I paused briefly, took a deep breath, grasped the handle and slowly turned it. It was unlocked. The smell was awful, and I instinctively recoiled before going in. How had I not smelled this on patrol in the store? I had no idea how it could be this bad and not smell it through the door. Unless this was recent. I went into the nauseous miasma, covering my whole face as I did so. There was a bright lamp in the corner by the door that had been illuminating the area, and there were shelves with boxes and various office-like debris around. The back room stretched further down a small hall to the left of the door, and I followed it. This room was not so well lit, so I pulled my flashlight back out and switched it on and almost dropped it and screamed. The light, as soon as it was switched on, was shining on two hideous mannequins. sitting on what looked like some sort of workbench. They were both sitting upright and staring straight forward as if watching the backroom door for anyone who came in. I let out an exhale as I tried to calm down, realizing it was just more mannequins, regretting the action as I did since it meant I had to inhale more of the horrible air back there. Against better judgment, I stepped forward cautiously to get a better look. The faces on them were horribly lifelike, and something about it was morbidly mesmerizing. I leaned forward to get a look at the one on the left, wearing a dark sleeveless jacket that looked fancy and expensive. The face was hideous, and somehow it looked like they designed it to be in pain or some other less desirable emotion. The surface looked so realistic as well. It almost looked like it had human skin. Despite the awful appearance, something looked weirdly familiar, and I noticed an old-looking scar above the eyebrow of the thing. How would a mannequin have a scar? I was puzzled. I felt a rising sense of fear as I looked at the lifelike thing, and I reached out and touched the hand. My blood ran cold. I felt the hand, and it felt warm. I could feel small hairs as well on the surface of the skin, and my mind couldn't handle what happened next. I looked further up the arm and turned it over to see on the forearm a small tattoo of what I recognized as a hazel branch. I remember trying to scream, but only a strangled gasp escaped my mouth. I looked to the female mannequin to the right and saw on its arm the same tattoo. My mind couldn't reconcile the horrifying truth of the situation, and then, whether it was the breathing in of the foul odor or the disgusting pouring out of what I knew to be human bodies turned into these display cases of perversion, I vomited on the floor and nearly toppled over. I stood there, doubled over, panting and retching as I finally regained a bit of composure. It was then that the crowning horror occurred. I still don't know to this day if it really happened or if my disturbed mind just conjured it from the shock of the situation and the memory of speaking to that young man who had broken in that night looking for his sister. But as I stood slowly back up, there was a splitting, tearing sound like flesh and muscles breaking stitches, and I heard a wheezing, croaking voice mumble the words, "Join us." Any semblance of sanity in that moment snapped, and I fled the store, grabbed my stuff from the security shack, and drove off as fast as I could, laughing like a lunatic at the impossibility of the situation. I didn't want to be implicated in the situation, so I made an anonymous call to the authorities about what I had suspected was some sort of murder, body mutilation, or organ harvesting operation. I did not know if the owner, whoever he might be, would try and cover it all up, but I really was not expecting what I heard when I tried to follow it up the next day. I was chastised for making a false report and was warned about wasting police time and effort, and how they did not appreciate being sent out to the middle of nowhere for serious crime allegations. I didn't understand, and I asked what they meant. Apparently there had been an investigation and nothing was turned up. Not because of a cover-up, but because nothing was there to investigate. There was no store, no business registered at that location. Apparently not even a building there, just an empty patch of land. I couldn't believe it. It was impossible. I decided to drive out there and check myself. To my complete shock, sure enough, everything was gone. Not just the store, but the sign, the dumpsters, and the security shack. Everything. It's like it never existed. How could they remove the entire store in one night and make it look like it was never there? My mind was grasping at rational solutions, but I could conjure none. I tried calling the number I had called to inquire about the job again, but it was still disconnected. I double-checked the email I had received the job listing from, and somehow it had vanished as well. I even looked online for the business, and all I found when looking for The Proud Tailor was some online shops that sold generic clothes. No odd Victorian-style clothes shop of that name in this city, this state, or even this country. Nothing. What could I do? No trace was left to investigate. No one would be able to find who owned or operated that nightmare building. There would be no closure for whoever those victims were. As far as the world seemed concerned, The store didn't exist. I started doubting my own sanity over the next few weeks. I wondered if somehow all that time had been some sort of hallucination or terrible lucid dream or more like a nightmare. I couldn't sleep for the last few days, so I started writing down the events as I remembered them, whether they really happened or not. However, I received something today that gave me my answer, and I wish to God it hadn't. Because what I received is proof that it all happened, and I don't think I can bear the thought of those monsters still existing out there somewhere in the world, wherever they went. What I received was a small manila envelope in the mail. It had no return address indicated on the front, but it was addressed to me, and when I opened it, I couldn't believe what I saw. It was $6,000 in cash. Many of the bills looked tinged by a reddish-brown substance, and a small note simply saying, "Thank you for your services."
Hmm. Creepy and weird. Creepy and weird.
What We Never Reported from April 12th, 2013, by D.D. Wickman. It was the 12th of April, 2013. I was working at a local branch of a national TV news organization. We were probably the third largest newsroom in West Virginia at the time. I was mainly working as a news writer, but I helped with assignment editing for our reporters whenever we had something big come up. I got called up just after midnight, all hands on deck. Just from the way they talked to us and the
you
urgency in their
mother.
voices, I thought we were looking at another 9/11. I was fully expecting something vast and catastrophic. When I got to the station, I didn't know what to believe. The parking lot was packed, but I didn't see anything resembling police or FBI vehicles. I did recognize the symbols from both the USACE, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, though. At this point, I thought we were looking at a natural disaster. I was ushered inside by a strange man in rough denim jeans, a flannel shirt, and some kind of Bluetooth headset. He was clearly supposed to look like a civilian, but everything about his demeanor screamed military. The determined eyes, the no questions asked kind of demeanor. There was no point in questioning him. These people were brick walls. The newsroom looked different in the dark. Everything does. The shadows were longer, and everything had a slight echo to it. Maybe the sounds just weren't soaked up as quickly by the background noise. There weren't enough chairs for everyone, so some people were sitting on the floor. I was in the back, leaning against the wall next to my fellow news writers, Ben and Erica. Last names withheld. We were all a bit worked up and anxious, but Erica couldn't turn herself off. She was always working and always making mental notes. "Not everyone's here," she whispered. "What?" "We're missing people," she repeated. "We're missing a live camera crew." She was right. Peter usually did live camera coverage. He worked closely with Noel, who was also nowhere to be seen. Literally everyone but those two were here. Noelle usually did night and early morning coverage, so I expected her to be front and center. They were working up in Juniper, Ben added. Got a call from a local. Something happened up there? I asked. Wildfire? No, nothing like that, no. Ben shook his head. No idea what, though. Something down in the valley.
Ugh.
Erica shrugged. We'd never seen anything like this. A woman in a pantsuit walked in, and two men stepped up to block the exit. We'd never seen any of these people before. We usually use this room for morning briefings, but without the murmur of people sipping their morning coffee, the room seemed more sinister. The pantsuit woman held several folders and kept talking to someone over her earpiece. Out of all the people in the room, she seemed to be the one with the most answers. As to demand our attention, she slammed the folders down on the front desk, hard. The room fell silent. There is a situation developing in Greenbrier Valley, the woman in the pantsuit said. There has been a small earthquake. There are no casualties. In many ways, this is an insignificant event in and of itself. How your news team even heard about it is beyond our comprehension. Erica gave me a knowing smile. People around the valley loved Noelle and her early morning segments. She had the most recurrent viewers by a large margin. If something happened around the valley, she'd know about it. Since this is a matter of national interest, we've had to clamp down to control the spread of information, she continued. We don't want to cause any unnecessary grievances. If it's such a small deal, why go through all this trouble? One of our editors, Charlie, she never knew when to stay quiet. The woman in the pantsuit stopped, considered the question, and took a deep breath. I could tell she was stressed. It is a developing situation. It might have some impact on the local wildlife, hence the presence of our friends at the USACE and the EPA. And just what organization are you representing? Charlie just couldn't stop herself from asking questions. The woman in the pantsuit might have tolerated a single interruption, but not two. One of the armed men covering the door walked up to Charlie, grabbed her by the arm, and lifted her to her feet. I'm just asking who you're working with, Charlie scoffed. Is that a problem? Is there a problem telling me who you're working with? She refused to budge. The man tried to pull her away, but she twisted herself loose and stepped back. There was a murmur as we could see things escalate from frustration to potential confrontation. Just tell us, Charlie continued. Are you with DNR? Noah? Why aren't you answering my question? The man with the flannel shirt caught up with her, and she put her hands up. With no resistance and no provocation, he pushed her down onto one of the tables, face first. He pushed his elbow into her neck, causing her to heave and cough like she was being strangled. He put her in zip ties in a matter of seconds and dragged her out in a show of force. Now everyone was off the floor. The crew tried to talk over one another in a storm of complaints and questions. One of the camera operators tried to get out and had a gun pulled on him. Things were escalating fast, and it only stopped when the woman in the pantsuit slammed down her folders again. For a split second, I thought it was a gunshot. If we start working together, y'all might have a career left by the end of the night. Since cooperation doesn't seem to be a given at this point, we must take some precautions. They took our phones away and patted us down to make sure we didn't have anything hidden. The woman in the pantsuit laid out a bunch of documents for us to sign. We didn't get time to read them, just a pen to sign them and a promise of pain if we refused. Once it was said and done, she left. I never saw her again. Over the next hour, they brought in more people. 2 more cars of armed guards dressed in civilian outfits. Once they took us out of the meeting room, we were divided up into 3 different teams. Marcus, our news director, was completely sidelined. Quarantined, sort of. There was no clear organizational structure. It was all ordered remotely. We could hear the various agents receive instructions from an off-site central command. Something down in Greenbrier Valley, we suspected. A man arrived just past 2 in the morning. He was in his early 70s and dressed in a cheap navy blue suit, but I could tell he was the one to keep my eyes on. The other 2 agents seemed to pay special attention to him. He had this goofy little sunflower pin on his collar, something old and corporate. We were dragged back into the meeting room as the guards started handing out folders. We got 3 possible developments, the old man said, all equally possible, and we need to be prepared for each of them. There will be more people coming in through the night, and you'll be expected to stay here for the next 16 hours minimum. There were no questions. We hadn't seen Charlie since she was carried off. They'd talked to Marcus about it, and ever since he'd been quiet. This was a man who was usually standing at the front of the room barking orders and taking charge. Now he looked like a beaten puppy. Those of you with green folders are to stay right here, the old man continued. Blue folders need to go with the gentleman by the door. Red folders, you're coming with me. All news writers got differently colored folders. I got a red folder. It was ominous, to say the least. We were taken into one of the back rooms, along with an armed contingency. There was a seal on the folder, and I didn't want to take a chance on breaking it. A reporter, a video editor, an assignment editor, 3 people from the production crew, and one of the anchors. I can't tell you the name, but you'd recognize him if you lived in West Virginia in the 2010s. We all sat down around a small table. The old man followed us there, reminding us about the NDAs we'd been forced to sign. Once we were all behind closed doors, he had the guards wait for him outside. For a moment, it was just the old man and us. I need your absolute discretion on this topic, he said. You can read your briefing. We broke the seals and went through our folders. Page after page of details, pictures, graphs, and statistics. Mine was about diamondback rattlesnakes, how there was an aggressive and invasive brood, and how people were supposed to stay away from the lakes near Greenbrier Valley because of them. Something about an urgent call for people to stay out of various underground caves and not be alarmed by the presence of wildlife specialists in the area. It all seemed hastily prepared. One of the editors raised his hand, and the old man allowed him to speak. This doesn't make any sense, said the editor. You know there are no diamondbacks like that around here, right? Doesn't matter. You're going to have to report on it. No, I mean, this is a lie. It's fiction. These are native to, like, Georgia? Doesn't matter what it is and what it isn't. You're reporting it. But I'm telling you, people will notice. They'll believe whatever we goddamn tell them to believe. The old man slammed his hand down hard. We all recoiled as one of the guards opened the door. He was waved aside and the door promptly closed. As tempers cooled, the old man stepped outside to have a smoke. The rest of us were left to discuss on our own for a while. We compared notes, and we weren't thrilled about the implications. This was clearly a worst-case scenario kind of folder, and while the whole story about enraged rattlesnakes were fiction, it still highlighted something. If this scenario took place, there'd be armed guards surrounding a massive area. They spoke of a possible controlled burning of the undergrowth and closing several large roads. About 36 homes would have to be evacuated, minimum. But it wasn't even about what they were saying. It was about what they weren't saying. This was clearly not about rattlesnakes, so what the hell were they afraid of? Whatever it was bad enough for them to threaten to burn down several acres of the forest in the Lewisburg area. Then I saw the eyes of our news anchor go wild. There are timestamps, he said. This one is in 4 hours. To put that whole plan into action with such short notice, they had to already have put things into motion. When the old man returned, we were again separated and told to start working on the news segment. I was to write it up and summarize it, using the provided information in quotes to make it cohesive. There were some pictures and videos handed to our video editor. Our news anchor was told to perform a mock interview with a supposed snake expert who could explain the situation. It was actually just one of the guards sitting in the adjacent room with a walkie-talkie. We were going to pre-record it all so that the segment could be played if a sudden evacuation was necessary. I found it strange, considering our station was nowhere near the area that officially needed to be evacuated, according to their own fictional scenario. There was something else brewing. I managed to catch a glimpse of Erica, and we exchanged a look across the hall. I asked one of the armed guards if I could use the restroom. He didn't seem to mind, but told me he'd check on me in a few minutes. I excused myself. I met Erica in the bathroom. I could tell she was flustered. She kept washing her hands as if trying to keep herself occupied. "What'd you get?" I whispered. "What'd they tell you?" "They said we were hunting an escaped convict, armed and dangerous. You?" "Rattlesnakes. Diamondback rattlesnakes." "What?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Rattlesnakes." We compared notes. The stories provided were completely different, but they had something in common. Evacuation of an area and the presence of armed guards. Both could also be a future explanation for possible civilian injuries. What changed was the scale. Erica's story was much smaller in scope and somewhat more believable. Mine would have the same effect, but to a much larger area. Also, her story didn't involve setting fire to parts of the valley. It did mention locking doors, though, and not picking up hitchhikers. Erica was dumbfounded. She walked back and forth, scratching her head. "What the fuck is this? What aren't they telling us?" "This is not the time to ask more questions. We gotta stay low on this." "This is fucking bullshit," she wheezed. "What the fuck are we gonna lie about next? Bigfoot? Chupacabra? The red piper birds that trick kids into the woods?" "I don't fucking know, but it doesn't matter. We can't do shit right now." Erica didn't like it, but she knew I was right. And to be fair, that red piper bird story has some merit to it. I know a guy. Our time was up and we were moved to different rooms. I was plopped down in front of a laptop with a guard supervising my actions. They'd pulled our Wi-Fi, but I'd started sketching up a segment about the supposed Diamondback outbreak. Every paragraph was reviewed and there was no revision. Everything was immediately sent to the studio or sent back with a list of notes. There were protests from the crew, but they were quickly silenced. The video editors had little to nothing to work with, and without Noel and Peter, we knew people would start asking questions. You can't just have an early morning segment without them, about something so outlandish. Not only were we lying, we were forced to do it badly. "It's just a precaution," we were told. "That's all there is to it. A precaution. It probably won't air." People were running all over the place, some of them screaming at each other in the corridors. Someone was crying in a bathroom, and the guy from the production crew passed out from the stress. He looked like a ventriloquist dummy, sitting with his eyes half open as he slumped over in the corner. One of our assistants were trying to explain something to a guard and got a right hook straight to the jaw in response. Things were getting out of hand quickly, and I was under intense pressure to finish my writing. At one point, we were all pulled out of our chairs and pushed up against the wall. When people started protesting, we were all told to be quiet, and for a few minutes, you could hear a pin drop. And somewhere in the distance, a helicopter. The guards started buzzing about. They talked about preparing for something. They brought out a kind of plastic paneling and duct tape from one of their trucks and forced one of the writing teams out of a meeting room on the bottom floor. The helicopter was coming our way. I heard screams about emergency landing as people scrambled to prepare something downstairs. I could see a little from the window on the top floor. I couldn't see where the helicopter landed, but the sound it made was deafening. Even from inside the building, I had to cover my ears. I could see camouflaged soldiers bringing someone inside, someone screaming at the top of their lungs. A woman, I think. "Boil water!" someone screamed. "We need to boil water!" "Towels! We need more towels!" yelled another. There was intense debate. Even now, the news anchor was told to keep recording. The old man was debating something over his earpiece. I couldn't quite make it out, but I heard some colors mentioned. It seemed that the red folder would be the most likely outcome. Then, at some point, it sounded like the red folder wouldn't be enough. They were already talking extensions and further contingencies. At one point, while the initial parts of the segment were exported for review, the old man pulled me aside. I was taken downstairs, closer to the screaming, and put into a small side room. "I'm going to be honest with you, miss," he said as we shuffled down the stairs. "We might have to go off script on this one." There were no more physical folders to distribute, but they called this theoretical contingency the violet folder. It was just me and Ben working on it, seeing as the first folder must have been completely abandoned, and we needed a new solid concept. The mildest scenario was no longer plausible, it seemed. The old man sat us down and complained that we needed something to explain a whole new set of events. We're talking maybe 6 or 7 miles increased radius in each direction. Complete water shut down for all Lewisburg for at least 36 hours. Semi-controlled fire at an unprecedented scale. Intermittent power outages. Waves of ground shocks that can cause everything from traffic disruption to bursting gas and sewage pipes. I don't, where do we start? Asked Ben. The old man threw up his arms in defeat. He looked 10 years older. I don't know, he admitted. I can't. It has to make sense. So just tell them the truth. Tell us the truth, I pleaded. We can help. For a moment, I could see he was considering it. He was nodding, looking down in search for the right words. Then something changed. He held up his finger to his earpiece and his eyes shifted. Someone was talking. Suddenly, he shot out of his chair. You're not bringing them here, he told someone on the other end of the line. We have civilians. You can't. No. And with that, he ran out of the room. Ben and I just sat there for a while. I tried to imagine what could be happening out there to cause this kind of response. I thought back on what that woman in the pantsuit had said. This is a situation developing in the Greenbrier Valley. That's a huge area. Was it that she'd just been unspecific? Or was this something that really encompassed the entire valley? Considering I was working on the Violet folder, I was starting to consider the latter. I don't know what to do, Ben admitted. There's nothing like this that I've worked on, I mean. None of us have, I added. Water, power, plumbing. Did he say earthquakes? Earth shocks, nodded Ben. Not earthquakes, but like a series of aftershocks. How do those come about? The hell do we say? I'm not a geologist, Ben smiled. Maybe, blame the Democrats? I chuckled. Ben always knew exactly the best wrong thing to say. The helicopter was leaving, but something was happening outside. People were going quiet in the hallways. From the safety of our little room, we could hear them bringing something in. Something being rolled on squeaky wheels. Ben was about to peek out, but I pulled him back. We weren't getting involved. Not on my watch. The screaming woman had gone quiet. Maybe she'd passed out. I could hear something banging on metal. A gargle followed by a snake-like hiss. Squeaking wheels kept turning as something was slowly being pushed through the building. Then another banging sound, followed by a snap. Everything fell deathly quiet. A second later, chaos. Gunshots, screams, screeching metal, wood breaking, glass shattering, automatic gunfire, hundreds of rounds sprayed in all directions. As the gunfire died down, I could hear people running, scrambling for safety. Doors being slammed shut with desperate voices calling out for barricades and ammunition. There's still people out there, a muffled voice came through. Get them out of there! And then, a completely alien noise. The best way I can describe it is a rattled breath. The same kind of rattle you hear when a big wasp struggles against a glass window, but bigger and organic. It was rhythmic, like something taking deep, wounded breaths. Then there was a clicking. Sharp, dolphin-like clicking. It bounced against the walls, forcing an echo. It was such a sharp sound that it tickled my inner ear, making my head spin. I heard footsteps, several pairs, multiple individuals, and they were coming our way. Our room was just a little meeting room, a table with a set of laptops, 5 office chairs, 2 fake plants, and a gray carpet. That was it. But I got the feeling that if whatever was out there made its way in here, we'd be in trouble. This had to be the answer to whatever was happening down in the valley. And whatever it was, that sound was going to haunt my nightmares. I pointed at the light switch, but Ben didn't get the hint. I tried waving my hand around, and that seemed to do the trick. He snapped back to reality, killed the light, and we both crawled under the table. Moments later, something wet slapped against the door. Ben covered his mouth to stifle a scream. I could still hear his whimper. Another slap against the door, this one higher up. I could hear another set of footprints further off, counting at least 3 individuals in total. Then, metal creaking. The handle was turning. Ben couldn't shut up. He was on the cusp of hyperventilation, and it seemed to just be a matter of time. "You gotta stop, Ben," I whispered. "You gotta stop. Just stop." I can't. No, It got worse. I put my hand over his mouth, forcing it shut. I could feel his hot breath on my fingers. The door handle turned as something wet slapped its way into the room, only slightly muffled by the carpet. More clicking, more rattled exhales, something viscous and warm dropping onto the floor in chunks. I could feel Ben's breathing growing more and more irregular, faster. Something slammed down on the table right above us. Ben couldn't help it. He yelped. For a moment, everything was silent. Every room, every guard, every vehicle outside. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until my face started feeling warm. Then one of the office chairs was flung across the room. Hissing, angry, animalistic hissing. And suddenly Ben shuddered. "It's standing on my foot," he breathed. "It's standing on my..." Ben grabbed a hold of me, clinging onto me, and in the next breath he was pulled out from under the table. He wasn't even screaming anymore, just wailing like a frightened child struggling to understand his lungs. I heard something heavy coming down on him, over and over, like a primate trying to crush a watermelon. Temporary lapses in his breathing as his ribs were crushed. Something snapping as his arm was twisted out of its socket. Drops of something warm spattering, hitting me across the face and right side of my arm. I could have stayed. I could have hoped that they'd move on. And yet something in the back of my mind was telling me to run. So I did. Even in the dark, I knew this place by heart. I scrambled out from under the table, burst through the door, and headed straight for the exit. A dozen voices screamed at me from a dozen directions. "Go, go, go, come on! This way! Don't look back! Stay low, stay low!" Something was panting, trying to catch up. Something wet. I could feel it brush against the back of my head, pulling away a handful of strands of hair. The front doors opened as the man in the flannel shirt pulled me out. Gunfire echoed as whatever had been behind me retreated into the dark. I only caught a glimpse of them. Slick, oil-black skin, eyes like a shark, deep and unfeeling. Rows of syringe-like teeth. Roughly humanoid, but only by shape. Someone yelled out that they got one. Emboldened, the doors started to open. More gunfire, screams, and flashes of light. Yet all I could concentrate on was the deep, dark blood covering my hands, still dripping from my face. After that, things went fast. I was pulled out and examined. They went for the segment about the escaped convict, claiming at least one known victim, Ben. They kept the story small and local. If you lived in the area back in 2013, it's possible you might have caught it in the morning and afternoon news on April 12th, a short mention of it on the 13th. We were under strict control, and they weren't kidding around when it came to threats. They made it very clear that a single word about this would not only jeopardize our career, but our very lives. It's been 10 years. I've changed a few locations, a few names, and a few details, but the gist of it's right there. Maybe they're still checking in on us from time to time to see if we're behaving. I don't think they are. I'm making this as a sort of witness to what really happened that day. There was no escaped convict, no knife attacks, but people died that day, and I still haven't got the faintest clue as to why. And we can't even ask questions, or they'll make us pay. But I won't forget. I can't. And you'll never find me anywhere near West Virginia again.
Must have been one of them there frogmen. Fog.
I used to love driving late at night. By J.L. Goodwin, 1990. I used to love driving late at night. The almost completely empty roads, lit only by the white and yellow glow of the street lines, along with the darkened houses and accompanying silence, only broken by the noise of my car's engine and tires, always used to fill me with a sort of serenity. It was a way to unwind and try to forget about the world as it was in the daytime, along with all the problems that came with the eternal rise of the sun. It was my own personal form of therapy and meditation, and it never failed to get me to sleep peacefully when I eventually returned home. Well, that's how it used to be, anyways, up until a few days ago. To give you guys a little bit of context before I tell you what happened, I live in a moderately sized coastal town in the Pacific Northwest. I won't say exactly where, as I don't want anyone brave enough, or stupid enough for that matter, to try to replicate the exact conditions of my experience in hopes of testing it for themselves. I don't want anyone else to have to go through what I did that night. But, safe to say, while it is a rather beautiful place in terms of scenery, it's also, in a way,
Oh my
forgotten.
god.
Up until about the mid to late 80s, it was home to a bustling logging industry which, along with the local fishing port, was the town's lifeblood since the beginning of the 20th century, accounting for a large percentage of its residents' income. But when it was shut down in the early 90s due to arguments about some endangered species of owl that resided in the surrounding forests, the town just sort of dried up. It still attracts some tourists during the summertime, which supplants some of the lost income, but it never fully recovered from losing its biggest industry. It's still more or less frozen in time as it was 30 some odd years ago. I was writing out my shopping list for the next day that night. It was my last day of the month, and because of an ingrained routine from growing up with my mother, I always bought all the non-food essentials I needed for the month on the 1st. That was when I remembered something which had slipped my mind, and I slapped my forehead lightly. "You idiot! You forgot to gas up earlier." I swore under my breath, then looked at the clock that hung over my kitchen sink. According to it, it was just past 11, I think around 11:15 or 11:20. I bit my bottom lip and debated about what to do. I didn't like getting gas in the morning due to everyone all over town seeming to have the same exact idea at the same exact time, and packing into the gas station like they're a tin of sardines. I knew that there was at least one gas station near my apartment which stayed open all night, which, for the moment anyways, was still under $2.40 a gallon. "Ah, fuck it," I muttered to myself, pushing the pad of paper away and standing up from the table. I was feeling a bit restless anyways. A late night drive, even for just a few minutes, would help me relax. Pulling on my sneakers and jacket, I grabbed my car keys off their hook and stepped outside. The late February air was colder that night than it had been all winter, and it stung my face as I walked down the stairs and crossed the parking lot to my car, noting with vague interest that there was no moon shining tonight, just the stars and an occasional brighter flicker of a satellite. Unlocking the door, I had to pull on the handle a couple of times, as ice had formed and frozen it shut. Finally, it opened, and I slid behind the wheel, jamming the key into the ignition and starting the engine. After a few minutes of running the defroster, combined with having to get back out and use a scraper to rid the windshield of some rather stubborn frost which refused to melt, I pulled out of the parking lot and onto the street. My neighborhood, like most of the rest of the town, had already gone to bed. I only saw a few yellow glows from people's windows that indicated there were others burning the late night oil with me. After a few turns, I pulled into the bright lights of the gas station. Rolling my window down, I pulled two 20s out of my pocket and turned the car off. We still have many full-service stations in our area, meaning you're not allowed to get out of your car and pump your own gas. You have to have the attendant fill it for you. He was talking to someone in a minivan, so I patiently waited for him to spot me. After a few seconds, he came over to me, shaking his head slightly. "Sorry, I can't sell you gas right now, man." He gestured back towards the pump. "The computers are down for some reason. I've had to turn everyone away who's pulled up in the last 15 minutes. I felt my heart sink a little at his words.
Hey, Rosie.
Any idea when they'll be back up?" I asked, hoping he'd give me a solid answer. But he simply shook his head again. "I honestly don't know. Could be 15 minutes, could be a half an hour." He gave the pumps a look of disgust. "I knew connecting the pumps to computers would be a bad idea," he murmured. I grunted in reply, not really knowing how to respond to him. He looked down at me and shrugged, then slapped the roof of my car and began walking back to his booth in between the pumps. "Try coming back in about a half an hour and seeing if we're back online again," he called, stepping inside and sliding the door shut behind him. "Shit," I muttered to myself, rolling my window back up and turning the key until the glowing green lights of my car's digital dash came on. According to the gas gauge, I had just about a quarter of a tank left. My car is a 30-year-old Crown Vic, and if you don't daily drive an older car, let me tell you something. A quarter of a tank really does not last in something that gets 11 to 13 miles per gallon in town. I slapped the steering wheel and let out another shit, trying to figure out my options. I could simply stay and wait to see if the computer's fixed soon, but there was no guarantee of that. And after seeing how annoyed the attendant had been, I really didn't want to become the new focus of his bad mood. But what else can I possibly do? This was the only gas station I had been to at night before, and I really didn't know if any of the others in town were still open at this time. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard, which now read 1:45.
The
For a break
fuck?
home, I thought about simply heading back home and just accepting having to deal with the lines at the pump the next day. It would be a major irritation, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. But then I shook my head. I can at least check to see if any of the other stations are open and working before I give up, I thought. Nodding in agreement with myself, I started the car and pulled out of the station. I wish to God I had just given up and not been so fucking persistent. I circled back around through my neighborhood until I drove across an intersection and onto a side road. The road ahead would wind through a few other neighborhoods and a brief but thickly wooded area before emptying out into the other side of town, and it would save me a few minutes overtaking the main road. I traveled down it, passing only a single house that had a light on inside. As I pulled up to a stop sign, I thought for a second that my windshield was beginning to fog up again. "Are you freaking kidding me?" I muttered, reaching over to flick on my defroster again when I stopped. I looked at my windshield and out of it for a moment, trying to comprehend what it was I was seeing. It took a few seconds, but then I realized what I was seeing. Crap, it's ground fog. I got caught out in ground fog. Now, if you've never dealt with ground fog, let me tell you that it's more than a little jarring to drive through, not to mention dangerous. If you've seen movies where a ship gets caught up in a fog bank and can barely see what's in front of them, take that and then imagine trying to drive a car through it. You can easily lose track of the yellow median lines when it gets thick enough and accidentally drive off the road and wreck. I slowed down to about 5 miles an hour below the speed limit, but I kept going, still not wanting to admit defeat, even though I knew I was putting myself at risk. I've always had the misfortune of being hard-headed and stubborn, and once again, it was keeping me from doing the smart move and turning around. I passed by through the second neighborhood, glancing out of the windshield at the houses and parked cars steadily becoming enshrouded in the thick white fog. For some reason, the view gave me a bit of an uneasy feeling. It was like looking at a version of something you recognize, but through the lens of a dream, making it feel unfamiliar at the same time. I shook my head to focus back on the road. Don't let your imagination run away with itself, bro. You need to keep your wits about you. The second neighborhood fell away behind me, and I entered the section that was the most dangerous. This part had absolutely no streetlights, and I slowed even further down, not wanting to accidentally hit a deer or, hell, a homeless person who might wander out onto the road. I fully admit, as I drove through this part, only passing by one or two houses and clenching the steering wheel as I stared out, able to actually see my headlight beams leading the way in front of me, my mind began to conjure up images from both my nightmares and horror movies I'd watched. I imagined ghostly pirates from a John Carpenter film jumping out of the tree line to slash at my passing car, or some glowing red monster to leap from the trees. Basically, I succeeded in scaring the absolute shit out of myself. When I exited the darkness and drove back into the final neighborhood, before heading down a hill to the other side of town, I let out a huge sigh of relief,
Fucking kidding me?
deciding I would take the main road back, longer or not. As I came to a stop at the intersection of the main road, I glanced left and right and noticed something odd. As I said before, one reason I used to love driving late at night in my town was the almost completely empty streets. Emphasis on the word almost. Even at what my car's dashboard clock now indicated as 5 past midnight, there would always be one or two cars driving on the main roads, from people working the late night or graveyard shifts on their way home or to work. Not to mention the cops that patrolled late at night. But now, as I looked around and strained my eyes to try and catch a glimpse of headlights or taillights through the fog, I saw nothing. Not a single trace of another human being. I shook my head and crossed the intersection onto another side street, shrugging, but inside, I began to feel that uneasy feeling which had come over me on the darkened road return. It wasn't gnawing at me, almost shooed away by the headlights passing overhead and momentarily illuminating the car's interior the way a child's imaginary monster might be frightened away by a nightlight, but it still lay just beneath my skin. I passed by the hulking shape of our town's mall on my right, and then up to the curb beside the Safeway next to it. From here, I could see the lit-up gas station on the far end of the parking lot, which, for some reason, was surrounded by yellow tape. Fuck, are you kidding me? Apparently it was closed for some sort of maintenance, which was exactly my luck. I glanced down at my car's gas gauge, which now read just below a quarter of a tank, and rubbed my eyes. Sighing, I put the car back in drive and turned back onto the main road. There was one final place I wanted to check, a gas station 2 blocks up. Please be open. Please, for the love of all that is holy, be open, I quietly prayed, hoping my plea would be heard. However, as I crossed a bridge, I saw that it would not be answered. The darkened shape of it came rapidly up on me and then passed and disappeared back into the ether that surrounded everything just as quickly. Damn it, I muttered, slumping back into my seat as I stopped at another red light. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders in defeat. All right, I officially give up. This isn't going to happen tonight. Time to head back home. I passed by the sign for the bowling alley, the building itself completely obscured by the white veil around it, and turned right at the next intersection, which led up the highest hill in town. As the car climbed, the uneasy feeling I had stayed with me. For the first time in a while, I disliked the silence. I wished that my car's speakers hadn't blown out a few months ago, as the radio would have been a welcome distraction from it. Cresting the hill, I navigated my way through another neighborhood until I came to another main road, this one which would lead me straight back to my side of town and home. I turned onto it, glad that I would be in my bed in a few minutes as I passed by a dark and empty park on my left. I'd deal with everything else tomorrow. As I drove down a hill, I finally spied another sign of life. Down a side street to my right, seen just for a split second, I saw the outline of a person standing on a sidewalk. It was too quick and too foggy to make out any details, but just knowing I wasn't alone out here made me feel a little better, even if it was just likely a homeless person wandering around. That feeling lasted about another 20 seconds, until I reached the next intersection. I remember I blinked a few times as if what I saw in front of me would disappear like a hallucination, and just up and said aloud, "What the actual fuck?" with an absolute feeling of confusion coming over me. Every road in our town, even the main ones, have those stereotypical metal poles at the intersection with the green signs on top, telling you what streets you're approaching and which direction. The ones I was looking at were not the ones that should have been there. Instead, they were the ones for an intersection I had gone through to get to the closed gas stations. I shook my head and glanced around, where I felt another pang of surprise rip through me. Instead of the AutoZone across the street, the Rite Aid to my left, and the sandwich shop to my right, I saw the convenience store and houses that stood around the other intersection. Feeling my head spin lightly, I pulled into the empty parking lot of the store and put the car in park. I pulled my glasses off my face and rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Am I really that tired? I thought to myself. I've got to be. And this fog is not helping. I'd had moments before when I'd been so tired that I sort of drifted into autopilot mode and snapped back to find myself somewhere else. So I simply chalked it up to another one of these moments. I slapped my cheeks lightly to try to perk myself up, then spoke aloud to try to focus. Okay, time to get home on the double, man. This is dangerous now. I pulled back out of the parking lot and drove towards the mall and the Safeway. A minute later, both passed by, the station still lit up and surrounded by the yellow tape. I turned right and drove down the road again, passing by the second gas station and the bowling alley. Following the path I'd sworn I'd done before, I turned up the hill, made my way through the neighborhood, and came out onto the main road. This time, I looked up at the street signs to make sure I was where I wanted to be. I saw with a sense of satisfaction that I was, indeed, on the right one. I turned onto the road and noticed the park on my left, as well as the church looming out of the blanket of fog. As I drove down the hill, I glanced to my right again. The intersection whizzed by, but again, I saw the outline of a person standing a few blocks down the road for that
Oh
split
my
second.
fucking God.
I murmured aloud. Maybe it's not a homeless person after all. Maybe it's someone up late going for a cigarette break. The thought, again, made me feel somewhat better. And then it burst like a balloon pricked by a needle as I came to a stop. My eyes widened, and I felt my breath clench in my chest as I stared at the street sign. It can't be. It fucking can't be. But it was. It was the intersection. The same damn intersection. I sat there, my foot on the brake as I attempted to understand. I knew for a fact that I hadn't drifted off this time, and I had kept careful watch of the streets I had taken. There was absolutely no freaking way I was back here. The two roads had no connecting links to each other. Hell, they were almost a mile apart. This makes no fucking sense, I said as I leaned my forehead on my hand. I glanced down at my dash and saw that I'd lost a bar on the fuel gauge, spiking my stress further as I looked to the right to look at the distance to empty. It read 20 miles. Swallowing hard, I let out a breath and a whoosh. Okay, get a hold of yourself. You're all right. Get a grip. Don't panic, I whispered to myself. I hoped that my own voice would provide me some comfort and stability, but it didn't seem to help much. I looked around and saw the same store and houses, then pulled away from the intersection. The mall and Safeway passed by again, but when I came to the intersection, I turned left instead of right. This road should lead me back to a main road which intersected with the one I'd twice attempted to get to. As I pulled onto the road, I pushed down on the accelerator just a bit harder, almost as if to will myself straight to the end. The speedometer crept up to 40 as a billboard for the local hardware store hanging over the street whipped by overhead and disappeared behind me. I knew I shouldn't be going so fast with such limited visibility, but as much as my brain was trying to rationalize what was happening, cold shivers were beginning to climb up my spine. And then they climaxed as the exact same sign came into view and went past. What? There's no fucking way that just happened. There's only one of those signs in town, and there's no way that just My thoughts came to a halt as I slammed on the brakes, the rear wheels locking up and sending the car into a slight skid. It came to a halt, and I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I was back at the same intersection. I put both of my hands on my forehead, then slammed the steering wheel. "What the fuck is going on?" I shouted, my voice slamming back into my ears in the enclosed space. I stopped and took a deep breath, then let it out. Shouting was not going to help my situation, no matter how fucked up it was. I thought for a second, then turned right and onto the street which I had driven down twice now. I had a plan concocting in my head, and I hoped to God it would work. I followed the same path that I had before, turning up the hill and back out onto the main road. As I did, I kept looking at the houses I passed, wishing silently that I would see one with its lights on. But they all remained dark. The streetlights no longer seemed as comforting as they once did. They almost feel like beacons, alerting something to my presence. I started as I turned onto the main road again. Where the hell had that thought come from? Pushing it away, I slowed as I passed by the park and church, until I came to the intersection I was looking for. A smile of relief crossed my face as I turned onto the side street and pulled to the curb. Putting the car in park, I stared down the street at exactly what I'd been hoping to see. The person I'd previously seen standing on the curb 2 or 3 blocks down was still standing there. Thank you, God, for small favors. I opened the door and stepped out of the car, stretching slightly from the slight cramp of sitting in it for too long. The second I did, I shivered at the chill that the fog brought with it, pulling the collar of my coat up to try and protect myself somewhat from it. I left the engine running and stepped forward, squinting my eyes to try and see the person more clearly. Whoever it was stood just beyond a street lamp at the head of a house's walkway, draped in shadow. From this distance, I couldn't tell which direction they were facing or make out any features. To see if they were looking my way, I raised my hand and gave a light wave. No response. Must be looking the other way then, I thought. Glancing back at my car for a second, I began to walk forward, choosing to stay in the middle of the street where the streetlights illuminated the most. As I came within a block of the person, I cleared my throat, hoping I wouldn't have to raise my voice and accidentally wake anyone sleeping up. The person still didn't respond. Great, I whispered under my breath. Then, bracing myself, I raised my voice slightly. Excuse me? Silence. Excuse me, I said a little louder. I need some help. Still nothing. I began to feel a little irritated, as I knew I was speaking loudly enough for them to hear me. I took a few steps forward. Hey, buddy, I said I need a little help here. The figure stayed where it was, not giving any indication of acknowledgement. I gritted my teeth and stopped giving a damn about
Like it's
up,
just some
feeling all the
regular
negative
Joe
emotions
Schmo's
from the
job
night
to
take over
help
me as I
you.
began to stride forward. Okay, look, asshole. I've had one hell of a night, and I don't know what... The insult died in my throat, and my voice trailed off as I came to a sudden stop. The uneasy feeling I'd had before washed back over me, now accompanied by something else. Fear. A sense of fear so strong that it sent a colossal shiver up my spine, one that felt primal and instinctive. Something's not right.
Oh,
I knew
fucker.
exactly what my thought had meant. No person, short of being completely deaf, would be this unresponsive to questions or insults. As my anger and irritation fell away, I realized every muscle in my body was tensed up. I also suddenly realized something else which made my fear rise slightly. In the silence, I should have been able to hear the person breathing or shuffling around to stay warm. But there was nothing but silence. I was suddenly overcome with a feeling that I should leave, right the hell now. And that, whoever or whatever that figure was, I didn't want to see it. I slowly began to step backwards, trying to make as little noise as I could. That's when the figure moved. I froze as I heard a wet, sliding sound come from its direction. I couldn't tell what it had come from, and I didn't want to know. I was beginning to shake slightly, more from fear than the cold. And then it slowly began to turn. All reason left me, and I whirled around and began to dash back towards my car. I didn't dare look behind me to see what was happening. All focus was on powering me to my escape. I reached for it and snatched the handle, yanking the door open and jumping inside. Just as I began to slam it closed, I heard the sound which still wakes me up in the middle of the night, sheets stained with sweat. I heard the beginnings of a laugh, but not one which could have come from any human. This sound was at the same time dry as paper and wet as rain, croaking and filled with more malice and evil than I've ever heard in my life. And then my door was shut and I was fumbling for the gear shifter, yanking it down from park into reverse so hard I thought it would break for a second. The tires screamed as I jammed my foot down onto the accelerator, and the car flew backwards into the empty intersection. I glanced up for only a split second as I put the car into drive to turn the wheel. And God, do I wish I never had. Because what I saw will haunt me until the day I die. The figure was still in shadow beyond the streetlight, but I knew that it was facing towards me now, because I could see its eyes. Its gold and red glowing eyes. I screamed the loudest scream I have ever let out in my life as I slammed my foot onto the accelerator, the rear of the car breaking loose and sliding out behind me before the tires caught the pavement and shot me forward. The engine roared as I kept my foot hard down, no longer caring about hitting anything at all. All I knew was that I had to get away. The car left the road for a moment as it dropped down into a hill before slamming back to earth. Still, I kept my foot to the floor. As I watched the speedometer rapidly climb towards 60, I kept all my attention on the road in front of me to keep the car in a straight line. The lights whipped over my head, the wind whipping past the windows, and then I flew past the park again. No, I moaned out as the church flew past as well. I could see the intersection coming up again, but I didn't dare look down that side street again. I just kept my foot on the floor as it whizzed by. The speedometer rose to 80, and I spared a split-second glance at the gas gauge. Oh God, was all I could wheeze out from between my lips. Somehow, in the span of time for my last turnaround, so much gas had been used up that there were only 2 bars left. The distance to empty read 10 miles. No. I began bleating out like a mantra as the park again came into view.
Well, that's
I
what
refused to
happens
lift
when
my
you're
foot, but
stupid
this
like a
time, I shot a glance
motherfucker.
to the right as the intersection flew by. My fears were confirmed.
Could have
as
just
with the
waited
split-second glance, I
and
had
not
showed
been
that
a
the thing was now
dick
closer
and
to the
just
main
got
road
gas
than
in
it
the
had been tonight,
morning.
all the streetlights on the road having gone out. The speedometer was now at 90, and tears began to fall from my face as the park, church, and side street kept flying by over and over again, disappearing and reappearing in the fog like a hellish vintage film background. Each time it repeated, it was closer and closer. When I passed by it again, it was standing at the very edge of the intersection, so close I could hear its laughter filter in through my closed windows and over the roar of my engine. As I looked down and saw the speedometer break 100 miles an hour, I glanced up to see it standing in the middle of the intersection. The lights in it had gone out, and all I could still see was its glowing eyes. Screaming again, I jerked the wheel to the left, almost sending the car into a spin. The headlights for a moment illuminated the demonic visage hidden in the fog into the darkness, and if they had stayed a microsecond longer, my mind would have been broken. Even now, I can't recall the exact details. It feels like my head will split in half if I try to. But the car barely missed it, and I heard the sound of its laughter change into a cry of rage, of indignation. I felt something strike the left rear of the car and fumbled to keep it on the road. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw the gold and red eyes disappear into the fog, and I felt the tears flow freely from my cheeks as I knew I couldn't avoid it a second time. In my head, I made the decision that if I saw everything pass by again, I would aim straight for that thing this time. If I was going out, I sure as hell was going to try to take it with me. I braced myself to see the park and church again. However, I was filled with shock when I saw the sign for the AutoZone light up the intersection in front of me. What? Was all I could manage out as I flew through the intersection and past it. And the Rite Aid. And the sandwich shop. I glanced down at the dash and saw I was doing 110 as the Walmart flew by on my left. Was this a trick? The answer came as I saw the lights of the gas station I had left flicker through the lifting fog. Yes, the ground fog was beginning to lift. I began to laugh, softly, still crying as I let my foot off the accelerator. My laugh sounded almost insane as I braked and pulled back into the gas station. I put the car into park and turned the engine off, my body shaking uncontrollably. I buried my face in my hands until a rap on the window
Sissy.
caused me to shriek out and fumble for the keys. It's here. It was a trick. It wasn't. It was the attendant. He motioned for me to roll my window down, and I slowly did. Hey, you got back here just in time. The computers are back. He stopped as he caught sight of the state of me. Hey, are you okay, buddy? He asked gently, putting a hand on the door sill. What could I possibly say? If I told him the truth as much as I'd wanted, he'd never believe me. Hell, I wouldn't have believed me until I'd just gone through what I had. I wiped my eyes with the sleeve of my jacket and pulled out the 220s I had, trying to keep my voice from shaking. Yeah, I stammered a bit. Just had a near miss on the road. Scared the hell out of me. I held the money out to him. Can I just get $40 of regular, please? He took the money, still looking hard at me, then looked at the rear of my car. Looks like you had more than just a near miss, he finally said. I stared at him in confusion, and he gestured for me to get out of the car and look. I stepped out on shaky legs and thankfully had the door to grab onto as they almost gave out on me, as I saw what he'd meant. Dug into the left rear quarter panel of the car, just behind the gas cap, were 3 tears in the metal. They were deep and evenly spaced apart. No, not tears, I realized as I stared at them. Claw marks. I kept staring at them as the attendant filled my car up, then snapped out of it as he handed me my receipt, giving me a last hard look as he did. As I turned to get back in the car, he called out one final thing. Try not to drive in the fog again. I've seen too many people get taken by it. I turned back to ask him what he meant, but he'd already shut the door to his booth. Now it's a few days later. I know I'll never understand what I stumbled upon or what that thing was, and frankly, I don't want to. I already deal with enough nightmares from the little I experienced. Nor do I know how I got away. When I see the ground fog roll in now, like I did last night, I close my blinds up tight and stay inside. And I will never drive late at night again. I won't tell you not to, but if you do, please be careful. And whatever you do, don't drive when the ground fog rolls in.
Ooh, spooky.
I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno. Diner name has, of course, been changed for obvious reasons. More on that later. Why do I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno? Well, because, kind stranger, my life plans didn't work out. Generally, if you're caught working at a diner past college, specifically one in the middle of nowhere, it might mean that things aren't going so hot. But still, why this diner? Why Lone Star specifically? I'm aware you probably aren't actually asking these questions, but I nonetheless believe they deserve a response. Of all the diners in the world, what makes Lone Star so special is the pay. The pay is fucking great. There are maybe 10 other diners within a 30-minute drive from where I live. Most of them average out to a little over minimum wage. Meanwhile, Lone Star is whipping up a mean $50 an hour, and that hourly rate is due to one single solitary reason, no matter what anyone tells you. Because of him. My first day on the job was fine, more or less. I'd worked customer service before, so I felt like I could run with the strange surprises that came unique to diners. I was able to adapt to the inconsistency of the rules pretty quickly. Unwritten rules like some areas in the restaurants need to be spotless at all times. Others, boss lady couldn't give less of a shit about. Serve customers quickly, but not too quickly, asshole. Customers here don't actually like it when you show up too fast. Give them some time to feel the floor under their boots, to miserably stare ahead and mourn what could have been. You know, diner stuff. They're here because they want to be alone. Pardon the contradiction. Of course, vaguely defined, whispered only by the ghosts rules extended to the cooks as well. If you were somehow secretly celebrity chef Marco Pierre White in the flesh, your mandate was to keep your damn prowess to yourself. Your job is to make the classics as decently as possible. Not bad, but not amazing. Just poor enough to be really good. That's what the customers are here for. As the weeks unfolded, I rose, or I suppose crouched, to the occasion quite well. You want intentional, pinpoint precision mediocrity? You've come to the right person. Most of the patrons just wanted coffee and brunch, brought to them at that medium speed with a semi-predictable cadence of waiter or waitress check-ins afterwards. Done, and done. Not one for subtlety. One day I finally decided to ask my boss the question in the middle of the shift. I didn't want to ruin a good day by doubting it, but fuck me if I wasn't a little curious. Not a full look at the gift horse's mouth, but more of a skeptical side-eye. Why $50 an hour? She didn't even look up from her task at the register, methodically counting out bills. Set it on your first day. You gotta be good at following the rules. And when it's an important rule, you better be damn well perfect. High expectations here. I made a face. Right. High expectations. You think I'm joking? No, ma'am. I guess I just... Why did I even speak up? I just think you're running a really cool operation here. Cooler than you might realize. It's still work, but the whole thing seems fair. Christ, my waffling skills were abysmal. Add that to the list of intentional mediocrity. Booyah. She looked up from her duties and shot me a stern look. I don't run this ship, and following the rules here means you take care of yourself. I'm sorry? I'm your employer, sure, and I'll pay you well to be here, sure. But you should be aware, there's plenty more going on here than just you and this diner. She glanced down at her watch, then sighed. I usually save this speech for the end of the month, but you already caught me halfway through it. So, the Coles notes. If you don't think you have it in you to follow instructions clearly, without protest, and without asking too many questions, then you should leave. Quit. No harm, no foul. A week's worth of pay on the house. The conversation sputtered shortly after that. I tried to find an opening to ask more about what she meant, but she was closed off to the topic moving forward. And you know what? That was fine. If she wanted me to put my head down and just do the work, I could do that. And work I did. And things were good. Mundane small talk with the customers was fun. My coworkers were friendly, and I was getting paid well. I'd found a place to park the failures of my life, a place to build from. It must have been a Saturday, I think, when I first noticed him. An occupied seat in the far corner of the diner. No idea how long he'd been sitting there and waiting, though he certainly looked patient. I had the strange inkling that he'd been left hanging for quite some time, though I couldn't actually remember seeing him enter. Brown corduroy shirt, short hair, mid-50s it seemed. A reasonably calm smile, normal-looking dude. I started making my way out from the back and headed towards him. Immediately, I felt a tight grip on my arm. It was Melanie, my boss, with a forceful clutch, enough to make me drop my notepad. Her fingers tightened around my forearm, sharply pinching my skin. "Important rules," she said. "What?" "You remember our chat about rules? Well, this is the most important one, okay?" "Okay." "That man over there, in the corner." She motioned to the man who had caught my attention, sitting upright, hands softly clasped together, coy smile across his face. "You don't go up to him. You don't say a word to him." "But he's a customer." Her hold intensified. She was hurting me, almost as if she was taking out some sort of unseen anger on me. "I'd like to ask you right now to be smart enough to not ask questions and just follow instructions. You don't go to his table. You don't talk to him. You can look at him. You can shout at him across the room if you'd like, though I can't imagine why you'd ever need to do that. But you do not approach him, and you do not take his order. Or..." A sharp exhale through the nose, a shake of the head, and a glare from my manager. "It's different every time, but it ain't pretty." I watched him from the short distance I'd been afforded. It was hard not to. She did too. Unlike the other customers here, I didn't get a sense that he was here to be alone, to reminisce, or to take part in the comfort ritual of a lackluster Eggs Benedict over rye. Instead, I had the sense that he was just curious, mild-mannered, content, but curious. My shift ended not too long after, so I didn't actually get a chance to watch him leave. Regardless, the experience of seeing him and learning about the rule he was connected to left a bizarre, dampening feeling on my mood. I liked my job. I liked coming home and unwinding. I didn't mind being in the middle of nowhere. It felt nice to look up at the empty sky filled with stars, to see them shimmer and shine, and even occasionally shoot across. I made a wish that things in my life would stay simple. I started to get a sense of his cadence. He'd usually show up once a month. The rare times I got to see him, I'd try to squeak in the odd question to my boss. Questions like, "Who is he? Where does he come from? And has anyone spoken with him?" All mechanically met with, "I don't know. I don't know. And if you're scared, you're welcome to quit." Then, as fate would have it, one day, Boss Lady fell incredibly ill. My coworkers and I had to convince her to go home midway through her shift, her sickness falling uncomfortably within the 1 to 3 day window at the end of the month when our customer would typically appear. And of course, there he was, right after she went home. To my benefit, the other waiters and waitresses working the rounds were well aware of his presence and knew exactly what to do whenever he arrived. All of them knew to steer clear of him. Nevertheless, driven by a foundational curiosity that I just couldn't shake, I used this opportunity to go for it. I shouted a single thing across the floor, knowing Melanie wasn't there to chide me. "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" I asked him. He turned his head from his fixed position in his seat and put a hand to his ear. Clever. I said, "What brings you here?" I called out again, a few notches louder this time, garnering some odd looks from our Thursday patrons. To my surprise, he spoke back. I'm not sure why I was expecting his voice to carry the tone of some twisted, demented demon. Maybe the fear Melanie had instilled in me? The man sounded exactly how he looked. "I'm sorry, son," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're saying. Can you come over here and ask me again?" Nope, I was good. "And I don't mean to be rude about the service," he continued, "but it feels as if no one has taken my order for quite some time now." I let the exchange end there, diverting my attention back to the other guests. As always, he'd eventually disappear without fanfare, without the clatter of entrance bell or any sight or sound of his steps across the diner floor. Our backroom conversations about him remaining dreadfully short while he was there. Just, he's here, and he's gone. And the odd when we really needed to say it. I feel really weird about this. It took me a while to understand where my brazenness to address this strange middle-aged man came from. In truth, I was just afraid. His presence and all of the questions tied to his being at our diner were disrupting this otherwise great arrangement I felt I had. It seemed right, in the moment, to stand at the very edge of my bravery and say something to him. Of course, now that he was gone, I just felt worse. The next week, I was invited to something pretty interesting at work. I generally have a good amount of visibility into what Melanie, boss lady, does on a daily basis. The only element that remained elusive was her bi-weekly check-in with a particularly sharp-dressed agent-looking fellow. There was a pretty consistent presence of state troopers, agents, and similarly uniformed men and women dropping into the diner, though I seldom paid it mind beyond simply noticing it. Midway through wiping down the tables, only an hour or so into my shift, Mel swung by and said, "Hey, want you in a meeting with the big boss if you have a few." The big boss? Sure, yeah, coming. Just, if you don't mind me asking, who is... She let her eyes speak her unwritten rules to me. Questions equals generally bad. Thank you for the reminder, ma'am. We maneuvered to a back room and sat at a table. Across from us, already seated, was a man in a sharply tailored suit with a subtle earpiece in, the aforementioned agent. The table was littered with a small, messy stack of notes, papers, and documents. He made it a point to size me up, staring me down uninterrupted, like a deer to headlights.
Maybe that
Not concerned
dude's
at all with how
Elvis.
awkward he was making it for me. Then he turned to Melanie. "How long's he been here?" he asked her in his gruff western drawl. 6 months, she said. "You trust him?" "I trust him, yes." He let his eyebrows say, "If you say so," then went on with it. "All right. So apparently you had a visit from the wandering man last week. You," he said, motioning to Melanie, "were out. But you," attention now shifted to me, "weren't. Give me the lowdown." The wandering man. The agent caught the confusion in my eyes. "Jesus, you told this guy nothing, haven't you?" he said to Melanie. "Sir, I know it sounds weird," she said, "but I personally feel as if the man is almost, I don't know, drawn to curiosity. Like, maybe the less I say to those not already in the know, the bet." "Wandering man," the agent cut her off, "is our nickname for the fellow that sits in the corner booth of your fine little establishment. Or, should I say, the state's fine little establishment." "I'm sorry?" I asked. "That's correct. The state's. Congratulations, sir. You're a part of a government operation. The Wandering Man. Not just a cutesy little nickname, but our legal definition of this tricky little problem. It is a phenomenon we discovered many years ago. At the time, he'd just walked the desert landscape, chatting up unsuspecting strangers with bizarre questions. Everything fine, all hunky-dory. A little weird, sure, but nothing illegal. However, sometimes things would happen because of him. Bizarre things. Grisly things. I could see Melanie groaning, concerned at the picture being painted. Would this pique my curiosity? Have you guys, taken him in for... I almost wanted to cut off my own stupid question, but he ran with it. Nope. Not because we don't want to, but rather because it might not be safe. The cozy mental image I'd held of this diner was starting to fracture. We have reason to believe that he's a visitor, he said. From? I didn't attend another debrief after that. Not because I was barred, mind you. Rather, I just didn't want to know any more. My gut no longer held curiosity. There was just a low, aching dread there now. The agents and troopers, spaced out and seated amongst the eatery, were now just a glaring reminder what my dingy diner job really was. The government cavalry would mostly show up around the end-of-month window the wandering man was set to arrive in. When he'd appear, they wouldn't do much more than examine him from their distant tables, subtly scribbling notes into notebooks. He always acted the same. He would just sit there. He wouldn't give them, or us, the diner employees, much to go on. Speaking of employees, I remembered something Melanie told me after my first month of working here, that the worker turnover at this diner was incredibly high. Knowing at the time what everyone got paid made absolutely no sense to me. Now, 5 months into the gig, alongside a completely new set of cooks, waiters, and waitresses from when I'd first started, I'd seen firsthand just how true her statement was. None of the leavers claimed as much, but I'm sure the underlying premise of who the diner was really for became subconsciously clear to them during their time here, and it probably didn't sit too well with them. I stayed, but not because of the pay. I'm actually not sure why I did. We had a new cast of rookie employees now. The ones who understood the vague terms of the situation, just as Melanie, I, and all former employees did, stuck around. Those who couldn't reconcile the situation with their inherent curiosity naturally filtered out. And then there was Malcolm. It was only his first week. He was a keener, mega keener. He bulldozed through a giant list of tasks and was already asking for the next batch of work to chew through. Anything he could get ahead of, anything he could step in for, anything he could learn, he was on it. He wanted to be as helpful as humanly possible. I think the salary of the role, for a guy his young age, was just too alluring for him. For our part, Melanie and I tried our best to get him to pace himself. We were both giving the spiel now. By this point, we'd more or less perfected it. There are things about this diner that are strange, rules that you will have to follow and not think about, rules that are concrete, immutable, and non-negotiable, like gravity. He nodded. At that moment, I really believed he was internalizing my words. And if that doesn't work for you, and if you don't think you can take care of yourself, then you shouldn't work here, I continued. There was always a visceral feeling in my stomach whenever I saw the wandering man in the corner during the same week that we were onboarding new staff. I'm sure Melanie felt it too. On those days, Mel and I would both work the till, and if we saw anyone coming out from the back, we'd stop them with a simple grab of the arm. Malcolm stepped out, and I did just that. A rough grasp on his forearm, just like Melanie had done to me when I'd first started. He recoiled in surprise. "Remember that little chat about the rules we just had?" I said. He nodded meekly as if he was already in trouble. I pointed to the man seated at the far table in the brown corduroy shirt, staring straight ahead, with what I believed at the time, no real reason to be here. And I said, "You will not, under any conditions, serve that man. Don't go up to him. Don't talk to him. Pretend he doesn't exist." Malcolm lifted the garbage bag he was holding in his left hand. In my nervousness, I hadn't actually clocked what he was stepping out for. Just doing garbage duty, sir, he said. But understood. And then he left out the front door with his usual swagger. The dumpster wasn't as close as we would have liked, so I appreciated his willingness to take on this duty so soon into his employment. I turned back to observe the wandering man. We had a crowd of agents in attendance that day, scattered about the restaurant. The man wasn't one to speak up often. Today was an interesting exception. "Officers," he said, "if you have any questions, feel free to join me at the table and ask them." The agents around the room reacted mainly with snickers. "Seriously, if you come sit with me, I'll be happy to spill it all. Truly." Even more laughs, but no one bit. And yet he continued pointedly, "I know you're curious. I know you take notes. I know you talk about me. I know you built this establishment for me. I know you." As I reconciled the fact that this was the most words I'd ever heard him string together in succession, I heard the chime of the bell. The door had opened. Malcolm was dusting his hands as he entered through the diner's side door, a door which was situated right beside the table the wandering man was seated at. It all happened so fast, and yet it played out in front of me excruciatingly slowly, as if there was a moment, a single solitary second, where I could have stepped in. The wandering man dropped any pretext of an exchange with the agents, stopping his sentence midway and adopting a completely new demeanor. He played the role of a low, miserable, tired man and said, 30 visits. Terrible service every time," in a pathetic tone just as Malcolm walked by. Malcolm instinctively plucked a notepad out from his chest pocket and turned his head to face the man. "Hey, I got you, Chief. I can have him ring something up for you. What are you—" And then Malcolm froze in place, and the wandering man's expression turned Cheshire Cat wide. His neck alternated between tensing and fluttering, with what seemed to be undeniable excitement. The man started to get up from the table, and then immediately, both of them were gone. Malcolm and the Wanderer had vanished out of existence entirely. The insanity of the moment was interrupted by the coded language I heard blared over a megaphone. Nonsensical agent speak that has been seared into my memory forever. "Alert level black. Wandering target is compromised to civilian. I repeat, civilian has been compromised." And that was that. Melanie quit in the days after. She wasn't mad at me. She told me she always knew she'd leave after the 10th disappearance. Why that specific milestone was required, I have no clue. All I could do from that point was to continue to work. On my commutes home or during lunch breaks, I would look up at the stars and put out the wish that Malcolm be brought back home, back from wherever he'd been taken. The debrief with the agents brought me no solace. The exchange with them was simple and short. "Where was he taken to?" Answered with, "He's gone now." With a perpetual dagger in my soul now, I had only the smallest of silver linings, if you can even call it that. A lesson. The lesson that I needed to be even more watchful, even more diligent. And on days when the wandering man was visiting, the only server at the diner. No exceptions. I knew the agents weren't happy about that. None of them said it to me explicitly, but I could tell that they would learn something new every time he whisked someone away after a mistake was made. It was a weird Darwinian setup they'd created. We were a zoo they could use to learn more about a specific animal, a specific entity, a specific visitor. No dice. They just have to watch him sit now, or wait for him to do something different. I waited for the 3-day stretch at the end of the month that he usually appears in. Things were quiet up to that point. When he finally showed up, it wasn't what I expected. For the first time ever, I saw the wandering man walk right through the front door. In the dead of night, at the tail end of my shift, I was at the till, paralyzed, as he took step after step to close the distance. And then he was right there, standing in front of me. and I was sure, absolutely sure, that I was going to die. He smiled. Don't worry. I have my own little set of rules I play by, he said. I didn't say a word. This was no man's land right now. I know you've been curious about me. I've admired it from the moment you first spoke up to address me. Cautious curiosity is a great thing to see in someone, especially in such a reckless species. Please, please just go. I'd like to answer a question about why I'm visiting. I'm sure you'd like to know why I'm here, right? I'm not curious anymore, I swear I'm not. He laughed. The answer is really painfully simple. This little game, this little charade I'm playing, it's just so unbelievably fun. Please don't kill me, please. You truly have a wonderful planet. I will return again soon. Promise. Give me a month, maybe 2 this time. A sincere, kind smile delivered with kind eyes. I'll come back with a new game. And then he was gone. It took me a minute to realize that there was a cake box sitting on the counter beside me. Maybe it was there the whole time he was speaking to me. Maybe it materialized right after he left. I opened the box to find Malcolm's severed head, a blank expression on his face, sitting on a bed of poorly and confusingly organized flowers, almost as if there was an intention to create a floral arrangement, but no understanding of what something like that would look like. On top of the horrific display, written in an almost childlike handwriting, was a note that read, "I brought him back, just like you wished." The worst thing about being trapped at a diner in the middle of nowhere is that you realize that there really is nowhere else to run. Every single part of our planet is blanketed by stars, by an open sky. Someone could drop in any time.
Oh my fucking god. Fuck off, you fucking goddamn shitty fucking controls. Fucking. They need better control setup for putting down some of their stuff. Just, it's too easy to click on one thing and then it highlights everything else that's around it. Like if you want to erase one thing, it's like the system goes, oh, you want to erase all this shit right here? Even though this stuff is behind everything else? Like that right there, it highlights the roof instead of the piece that I'm looking at. That's insanely annoying. They need to add separated control systems for that with the keyboard. So that if you want to delete more than one item, or if you want to delete large sections, you have to use a separate key control to do that with it instead of what they have here, which is just hold the key for as long as possible so that it highlights every other goddamn thing on the planet too. Like that bullshit right there. I don't want to get rid of anything but that shit. Or they need a back button. They need to implement a back step so that you can undo what the computer thinks you want it to do. Or if you make a mistake, you can backspace or roll back. And undo whatever you just did. See, like if I deleted all this and then I was like, oops, I still needed that, you press the back, your undo key, and it puts everything back the way it was to the previous point. And I almost want to say they need to revamp their snapping and their three-dimensional controls. They need to fine-tune that shit. And the health bar systems need to be redone. And like the breath hold for underwater needs to be way slower than what they have. You should be able to dive underwater for a much longer amount of time. Their underwater timers far, far too fast. Yeah, turn it into go, hey, you guys should probably look into whatever's on that list and just give them that whole list. I'd like to see a better color palette for materials. I'd like to see a wider range of materials as well, and a wider array of shapes. Repair some of their snapping points so that they're a little less janky. Like if you want to overlap certain items and the system doesn't like that, it doesn't want to play nicely. I wanted to make this bridge look more like that bridge right there. Whoa, that is right here at my base. Ooh, look at it steaming. Too bad I don't have any granite. I could actually make the pick that I need to mine that ore with. The only problem is I can't find granite anywhere on the map. Then you would think that, you know, an iron pickaxe should be able to mine this. Have I been below into the caves? You mean under the mountains and stuff? Yeah, I've been in there. It says it just tells you that it's in the mountain areas. It doesn't really give you any kind of inkling as to where. It'd be kind of cool to have some kind of detector system so that you could go, oh, okay, this material's around here somewhere, and go mining for it. I mean, I went under one spot. I went all over the place, and I can't find it. I can't find granite.
People go missing on the night shift. She Tried to Save Me by D.D. Wickman. It was my first night shift. Working extra at a gas station is pretty far from everybody's dream, but it helps pay the bills. I was hell-bent on not having another opportunity slip out of my hands just because of money. One small investment and a move to Minneapolis, and I would have had a six-figure salary, but I just couldn't find the funds. So there I was, stocking the shelves at a gas station. Money is money, and there's plenty of future to go around, I figured. I'd worked a few day shifts before, so I knew the place well enough. However, I'd never been left alone for the night shift before. This was the first time I'd be completely unsupervised. Jada, my supervisor, was about to take off for the night. She kept repeating the same instructions over and over. Then again, this place had huge turnover. Maybe she honestly forgot I wasn't that new. No phones, she urged. If you got a slow night, make yourself useful. Nod and smile. I decided to get the worst tasks out of the way early. Cleaning the bathroom, restocking the freezers, taking out the trash. Checking the receipt rolls, watering the plants. It took me about an hour. It wasn't even midnight yet, and I was pretty much done for the night. I considered mopping the floor, but I figured I could just save that for later. I had been useful enough. I was on my fourth game of team fight tactics when I realized I'd forgotten my name tag. No big deal really, but figured I might as well fetch it. The manager's office was usually locked, but tonight I had the keys to it. I opened the door and started going through the drawers. Didn't take long to find the name tags. There was an entire box of them. At first, I thought they were all blanks, but as I started going through them, I realized they were all previous employees. Sure, this place had high turnover, but this? We were talking 100 people easy. This was ridiculous. I admit, this is where I started asking myself some questions. During the day shift, there was always someone new, someone being trained or interviewed. I had only been there for about a week, and I was already feeling like a veteran. The only people who seemed to be regulars were the managers, Jada, Kennedy, and Alicia. They seemed decent enough. So why were so many people quitting? As I got back behind the register, I realized there was a customer outside, literally just outside the door. I waved at them. There was something off. They were just standing there, but they were so close that the automated door should have opened, and yet the door remained closed. It was a man, late 30s, scraggly beard, rough red shirt, bit of a chunky look with sunken, bloodshot eyes and a natural frown. He just stared at me. I waved at him again, but I got no response. "Can I help you?" I called out. Nothing. Not a blink. I pulled out a chair and sat down. The man stayed outside looking in. I tried not to think about it, but it was bothering me. I couldn't see his car anywhere on the cameras, and he didn't seem to want anything. I couldn't tell if he was on drugs or just being weird. I gave him a few minutes, but he just stood there. Finally, I got up from my chair. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He didn't seem to listen. He was a bit shorter than me, but he had a good 50 pounds on me. He'd be trouble in a brawl. "I don't want to call the police," I said. "Can I help you, sir?" I pulled out my phone and held it up for him to see. I dialed the number and held it up for him to see, but still nothing. Then, my phone rang. Unknown caller. It was just past midnight. Without letting the unnerving man out of my sight, I took the call. "Yeah," I answered. "Please don't hang up," a voice on the other end said. "You're in danger, and I can help." I was getting nervous. I wandered back and forth, watching those bloodshot eyes follow me. "Who is this?" I asked. "I'm Angie," the voice responded. "I used to work there. Same shift, same managers. I wanted to warn you." I'd seen an Angie tag in the box earlier, maybe even several. She sounded young and nervous as all hell. "In a few hours, something terrible is going to happen," she continued. "And if you're not out by then, you might as well be dead." "What are you talking about?" "Look outside." I'd been looking outside this entire time, but I'd been entirely focused on this one man outside the front door. From across the road, I could see more people, about a dozen lumbering out of the woods. "I need you to leave," she said. "Just walk out. Nothing will happen if you just walk away. Nothing will come for you." Who are these people? What's going to happen? I don't know what... "Look," she interrupted. "It's perfectly simple. Just walk out the door." Something in me screamed for me not to do it, that I shouldn't step outside and walk past these people. They felt malicious, and I couldn't put my finger on why. Still, I stepped up to the door. Leaving seemed like the obvious choice. Strangely, it didn't open. "It won't open," I said. "Hold on." They want to keep you in there. They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay and die." "Die?" I asked. "What do you mean?" I stopped my pacing. Something was wrong. Was I locked in? Tell me exactly what is about to happen, I demanded.
Something is in there with you,
Angie sighed.
It could be 5 minutes, it could be a few hours, but that thing in there is coming for you.
And what thing are we talking about? The man with the bloodshot eyes had two people joining him. A young man with a grotesque overbite and a young woman who could easily be mistaken for a child. All of them stared at me with the same broken eyes and rough clothes. They stopped, inches short of the front door.
It doesn't have a name,
Angie said.
But it'll leave you empty. It'll leave you like the people out front.
But if I leave, I'll be okay?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Hold on, I'll check the back. I hurried out back to the employee entrance. I pressed down the cold handle and the door swung open. Outside were another group of 4 people. 2 young men, an older woman, and a girl no more than 16 years old. They all stared at me. I couldn't tell if they were drawn to me or the store. I stopped short of stepping through the door. Why do they come here? I asked Angie.
They serve their master. They want the spoils.
What spoils? What? I thought about it. She was talking about me. Right, I said, nodding to myself. I see.
Are you at the back door? Are you there yet?
Yeah, I'm here,
Just walk out.
she whispered.
It's not too late.
I was just about to walk out when a thought hit me. Why would they lock the front door but not the back? That didn't make any sense. If the purpose was to keep me here, they could easily barricade the back as well. Something didn't add up. The door is open, I said.
Great. You can still make it.
Why wouldn't they lock the back door, Angie? She hesitated, and there was a brief pause. If they're locking me in here to hurt me, why wouldn't they lock the back door? I repeated.
I don't know,
She said.
but you have to trust me.
They gave me the keys, Angie. They go everywhere. I can lock and unlock this door 100 times. What's going on?
They don't usually do that.
I closed the door and stepped back, 4 less pairs of eyes staring at me.
Look,
Said Angie.
I was the last person to leave. They fucked up. I found a spare key and got out before it was too late. Maybe they figured I'd warn you. Maybe they're trying to trick you.
Sure, yeah, I chuckled. Convenient,
I'm trying to help you.
she cried out.
Those things out there are to discourage you from going outside. They're harmless, but they're there to scare you. Can't you see it's all just a way for them to keep you there?
I got one person screaming at me to go outside and no one telling me to stay. No locked doors, just plenty of fucking creeps staring at me. What am I supposed to believe?
Fine. You want more proof? Call the police. Hang up and call them.
I ended the call. There were 8 people out front by now, all gathering outside the front door. I couldn't tell if they were trying to get in or if they were waiting for me to step out. I called the emergency services, only to be met with silence. Not even a dial tone, just a blank nothing. I tried a few more numbers, my mom, my friends. I tried going online, but all I got was cached copies of sites I'd been to before. My background picture had changed to a black screen. But there was something else. Something had started to smell. The freshly stocked frozen goods had suddenly gone bad, and a stench was oozing out of the freezers. Our flowers by the counter had withered and died, all except the sunflowers, which had turned a sickly blue. I wasn't getting through to anyone. Being inside was awful. The single-serving frozen meals were making me gag. I figured I'd go for the landline. As I got in the manager's office, I got another call on my phone. Unknown caller. Looking back and forth between my phone and the landline, I weighed my options. I chose Angie. How are you getting through? I asked her. How do you know my number?
I still got the email password. I just checked your application.
But how come your number works? Everything else is down,
I'm calling from a private network.
she said.
They don't know there's a way in.
They? I asked. I thought this was just one thing.
No, they're working together. People don't just go missing without someone noticing.
So there's like an intelligence behind it? A conspiracy?
Yeah, people come and go in these places all the time. Are they paying you under the table?
They figured it was some sort of trial and
No paperwork, no missing people, no records, just a box of name tags.
it made sense in a way. But I needed more. I needed proof. There had to be something. Why didn't you call me earlier? I asked. You could have called me as soon as I got the job or as soon as my shift started,
I had to make sure Jada wasn't around.
she said.
She would have tried to trick you.
I'm not sure you're not trying to trick me.
Why would I spend my time calling you from across the country just to have you fail?
She screamed.
If I was part of this, I would have just let you sit there with your goddamn team fight tactics and die.
She went quiet. So did I. I counted my breaths as I looked outside. There were more of them now. How did you know what I was playing? I asked. She didn't respond. The silence hung in the air. I'm asking you, how did you know what I was playing? She was just as quiet as the man with the bloodshot eyes, still waiting for me outside the door. You're watching. You knew I was alone. You knew I was getting antsy about the guy showing up outside.
Yeah,
She sighed. You tried to get me out as soon as he showed up. You tried to trick me before there weren't too many of them to scare me off.
that's not...
She sighed. I could hear heavy breathing. As I paced back and forth, I was getting ready to hang up. This was a trick. She was the one tricking me, clearly. Trying to get me outside to join those things,
I know this looks bad.
she said.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm honestly just trying to help you.
This time I was the one keeping quiet. I walked up to the door, studying the people outside. Blank stares following my every move. I felt like a snake charmer, like they could snap out of it and tear me apart in the blink of an eye.
As I said, I have the passwords for everything. I'm the only one who knows them. I just wanted to give you the best shot at getting out of there. I hoped they wouldn't come tonight, but as soon as they did, I just had to do something.
You're not being honest with me.
I'm not lying. I'm just having a hard time explaining it. There's a lot of shit about this that all sounds completely insane. I don't want to throw you off the deep end.
Give it to me straight, I demanded. Tell me what the fuck is coming for me.
It's not a thing. Like, not real. It's there, but it's just... I don't know how to explain it. It just steps through.
Steps through what?
The world, the air, a ripple in time or something. It just steps in and it's there.
And then?
Then it shoves some kind of mouth spike into your head and gargles up something inside.
A mouth spike? The hell are you?
Yes, a spike. And no, I mean, it goes into your mouth. It doesn't have a mouth of its own. It just goes into you and gone. Game over.
I didn't know what to think. My mind was a jumbled mess, and I felt my pulse rising and falling. There were over 18 people outside in various states of disarray, all of them just staring at me. If I just stepped outside, I'd know for sure. What does it look like? Does it... The lights flickered. There was a loud hum, a buzz, then an electric failure. One of the fluorescent lights burned out, while the others just slowly dimmed to nothing. This was real. It was make or break by this point. Something was
Yeah.
happening. The lights went out, I whispered. Is this...
Now!
Angie screamed.
Get out, now!
I ran. I tripped and tumbled my way into the back room in complete darkness. I almost twisted my ankle as I bumped into the lunch table. I could barely hear my thoughts, and I had to remind myself to breathe. The roof of my mouth ached, as if anticipating a piercing pain. I could feel my head filling with blood and adrenaline, and my dry eyes refused to blink. As I put my hand on the back door, I did the mistake of pulling instead of pushing. It took me 3 tries before a thought hit me. I couldn't see the sign on the door because of the darkness. In fact, I couldn't see anything. Nothing. Angie? I wheezed, putting my phone to my ear. You there?
Hurry!
She screamed.
You can make it!
How did you see it?
I don't trust this Angie bitch.
No. How did you see it in complete darkness? You said the lights went out.
It was right there.
I can't even see the sign on the back door. How the hell did you see a spike?
Look,
And to add to that, how the hell do you know what it does with that spike? You've never seen the thing kill. You said you were the last one to work this shift. And the thing sure as hell didn't kill you.
You're missing the point.
It doesn't add up, Angie. None of this adds up. You couldn't have seen it, and there's no way for you to know how it kills. I stood there in the dark. I heard Angie panting on the other side, matching my breathing. You're lying to me, Angie. You're not trying to save me. She stopped breathing. For about a minute, it was just quiet. The call ended. A wave washed over to me.
Busted.
Dead or saved. There was no in between. I was moments from finding out. Every little sound shook me. A breeze just outside, a crackling wire, ventilation struggling to turn back on. I hadn't even noticed my hand was on the door handle. You lied to me, I said out loud. You did. I caught you. There was a sound coming from the other side of the door, a shuffling of feet. Yes, said Angie, from the other side of the door. I must have stood there for an hour until the power came back on. The people outside were gone. Angie was gone. My phone worked just fine, so I called everyone and just cried for help. The police found me locked in the bathroom in a full panic. I could barely even remember being escorted out. Cameras had picked up a mob gathering outside, and that was pretty much it. They couldn't be identified from the back of their heads. Jada and the other managers were called in and seemed genuinely surprised. I've since looked it up. 100 people starting and quitting their job in a place like this isn't uncommon. People come and go all the time. The managers honestly didn't know why people disappeared, it seems. Maybe this is just how things work. Or maybe there's more than just one Angie out there, preying on short-term workers. And the front door? There was no conspiracy there. The thing just jams sometimes, some kind of trouble with the wiring. If I'd messed with it just a bit more, the thing could have kicked wide open. That broken door was the only thing that saved me from joining them that night. I would have walked right out as soon as Angie asked me to. I worked there for another 4 months, but just day shifts and weekends. The night shifts seemed to go off without a hitch, though. Maybe Angie and her friends moved on from an easy meal. I've saved up enough money for my move to Minneapolis, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't put this in writing. Looking back at it, it feels surreal. There are things out there, things that want us to join them.
Yeah, that breath hold needs to definitely be longer. Pumpkins. Get the pumpkins. "30 seconds till fish." You need to have this so that it auto collects your fish too in your inventory instead of into the grill inventory.
Do You See It? By Dark Knight Tales. I blinked a moment at the enigmatic subject line of the email that had just come in from Alan, an old friend that I hadn't heard from in a few years. Do you see it? What was that supposed to mean? To be honest, I was surprised to see an email from him at all. We'd always been more inclined to pick up the phone and talk if the urge to catch up with each other ever arose. Sending an email out of nowhere was unusual. Actually, it had probably been more than a year since we'd even connected, so it was definitely unexpected to see the email in my inbox. Even more so, one with such a cryptic subject line. It didn't become much clearer when I clicked on the email either, bringing up only a single sentence in the message body. Please tell me I'm not crazy. I grinned a little, thinking to myself that, based solely on this email, I wasn't so sure I could provide him with that reassurance right now. I was about to pick up my mobile and give him a call, despite the late hour, when I noticed the image file attached to the email. Okay, I was now a little curious. I opened the file and found myself faced with what looked like a still frame image captured from a night vision surveillance camera. The view was that of a backyard, neatly adorned with carefully trimmed hedges, a small metal shed, and a few children's toys scattered around on the manicured lawn. I could just make out the dim shape of a swing set protruding into the camera's field of view to the side. The yard was fenced in with a wooden privacy fence and appeared to border a tree line of some sort. It might have been a forest or maybe just a small swath of trees. I couldn't really tell from the picture. But from the dense and pregnant shadows, I got the impression it was more likely the former. I frowned as my eyes scanned over the image, trying to understand exactly what it was that Alan was wanting me to look at. The timestamp on the lower right-hand corner of the image indicated that it had been captured at 2:15 a.m. the previous day. What am I supposed to be seeing here? I wondered aloud, grabbing my reading glasses and leaning closer to the screen. I zoomed in as far as I could before it started to pixelate and distort, but still didn't see anything out of place. My eyes drifted across the grainy image, the pale green monochrome of the night vision mixing with the visual artifacts and making everything a little unsettling and almost surreal, despite the otherwise excruciatingly ordinary scene. I squinted and leaned closer, wondering if there was something obvious that I was supposed to be picking up on. Still, nothing caught my eye. Finally, I shook my head and leaned back into my chair. Whatever I was supposed to be looking at was eluding me. Hell, maybe this whole thing was some sort of oddball joke I just didn't get. Alan had never really been wrapped that tight, if I'm being honest. Nice enough guy and a good friend, sure, but he was what a lot of folks would call eccentric. I can't remember how many times I'd seen him with an antique book he'd found in a secondhand shop, usually with archaic subject matter bordering on the slightly disturbing. I remember one time, he'd excitedly shared with me a heavy leather-bound and time-worn book he'd found on some internet auction site for obscure book collectors. I don't remember the title, but it had been written in what looked like Arabic script, and he kept going on about some guy named Yazid or something like that. I only remember the name because he wouldn't stop talking about it for weeks. He told me that he'd been trying to get his hands on the book for years and had paid $5,000 for it. $5,000. I shit you not. So yeah, that was Alan. As soon as the thought that this was some sort of prank entered my mind, though, I summarily dismissed it as a possibility. It was just too far out of character for him. I was reaching for my phone and was getting ready to dial his number when I realized how late it was. Almost 1 a.m. It was far too late to call him now, I thought. He was obviously still awake, as he'd just sent me the email, but I didn't want to wake up his wife or kids, especially on a weeknight. I'd call him tomorrow after work and try to figure out what this was all about. At this point, it was more of a curiosity than anything else, but a warning voice in the back of my mind was whispering that something wasn't right. I was getting ready to shut off the laptop and head to bed myself, already pushing the strange email from my thoughts. I'd been doing some work research and had lost track of time. I could feel my eyes growing heavy and almost hear the call of my pillow from the other room. Besides, I still had work in the morning and I knew I'd regret it when my alarm went off at 6. With a resigned sigh, I switched off the desk lamp and was reaching to close the lid of my computer when my mobile phone abruptly rang. The sudden assault of the ringer in the otherwise silent and darkened house startled me more than I care to admit, and when I looked at the display, I was only mildly surprised to see Alan's caller ID. I quickly pressed the button to accept the call. "Alan, hey there, long time no talk," I said, trying to sound far more enthusiastic than I felt. Alan had been a close friend for many years, but we'd drifted apart as family and careers took their toll on us. Well, his family and my career, I suppose, is more accurate. "I was just looking at the email I started, but he cut me off, his voice strained and clearly stressed.
Do you see it?
He asked, an urgency in his voice that was almost pleading.
Tell me you see it, Nick.
I hesitated, starting to feel a little uncomfortable. I still had no idea what he was talking about, but his demeanor set me on edge. "I looked at the image you sent me, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at, if I'm being honest. If you're trying to show off your landscaping skills, you're probably better off waiting for daylight to take a picture," I replied, trying to lighten the tone. He fell silent a moment, his ragged breathing the only sound coming through the phone, tinny and thin. I could tell he was trying to calm himself, trying to muster control over what almost felt like panic. The line was quiet for so long that I felt I needed to say something to break the spell. Just as I opened my mouth, however, he spoke again. This time his voice was calmer and low. Man, he sounds tired, I thought. Worn thin.
"Open the image again,"
he said. My hand was moving to the mouse before I even realized it. I didn't reply as I opened his email and then the JPEG file. Once again, my screen was filled with the grainy, green-toned night vision capture. "Okay," I said. "It's open. Now what?"
"Look at the fence."
He urged me. I did, my eyes falling once again on the wooden privacy fence bordering the yard. It looked the same as before, Just an old, cheap fence that was probably due for replacing before too long. Okay, I said, drawing the word out like I was waiting for the punchline.
Do you see it?
He asked, that same frustrating question that I'd been struggling against ever since I received his email. Why the hell was he playing these unnecessary pronoun games? Why was he being so ambiguous? If there was something he wanted me to look at, why not just come out and... My thoughts fell away as my eyes settled on something in the picture. Something I hadn't caught before. Something I wouldn't have seen if Alan hadn't been so insistent. There appeared to be a shape rising above the fence in the corner of the yard, just within the shadow of the woods. At first, I thought it was just one of the trees, but it didn't look quite right. The more I scrutinized it, the more my mind began to seek out patterns, interpreting it as something more than an encroaching and oddly shaped tree. If I squinted and focused hard enough, I could almost imagine it as something more. Something alive. I couldn't make out any detail, if in fact there were any details to make out, but I had the impression of something vaguely human-shaped, tall and thin and twisted. At this point, though, I felt pretty confident that this was nothing more than my brain trying to find order in chaos, searching out and creating familiar shapes in the image. Pareidolia, I think it's called. I'd read an article on it a while ago about how our brains are wired to seek out familiar images in ambiguous visual patterns. It's why people see the Virgin Mary in water stains on the wall or Elvis in a piece of burned toast. Apparently, human brains don't like visual chaos. They're constantly trying to rationalize everything we see, even if there's not really anything there. Yeah, I guess, I said finally. You mean the tree on the other side of the fence, the one in the corner near the shed, right? It's definitely weird looking, but I don't understand. Alan cut me off again.
It's not a tree,
he hissed, sounding like he was almost trying to convince himself as much as me. I could hear some frantic clicking of a keyboard in the background, and a few moments later, another email appeared in my inbox. I clicked on the attachment without direction this time. The scene was similar, but the timestamp on this image was from shortly after midnight tonight, less than an hour ago. My eyes immediately sought out the same location I had seen the shape, but now I frowned in confusion. The shape was gone. No, not gone. Moved. I found it a moment later, this time inside the fence line on the other side of the image. It was partially obscured by the hedges, but I could see enough. More than enough to feed my nightmares for the rest of my life, however long that may be. My eyes widened and my breath caught as I studied the image, trying to understand what I was looking at. Though my mind kept trying to reject it, I couldn't help but return to the same conclusion over and over again. It was real. It had the general shape of a man, but impossibly tall and well-formed. Its head and entire body were almost featureless and looked almost like they were woven of dead and brittle vines and thin tree limbs. Almost like something you'd expect to find at some rural craft fair during Halloween. The head was elongated and narrow, and two small glowing beads of dark light, deeply set within the tangle of sticks and vines, reflected back in the infrared sensor of the security camera. Its mouth, or at least what looked like it might have been a mouth, hung hideously wide and slack, as if the jaw had been dislocated and stretched far beyond its limits. I couldn't see any other features in the woven nightmare of sticks that made up its horrifying caricature of a face, but those pinpoints of reflection where the eyes should have been sent a chill down my spine. I could have sworn they were looking directly at the camera. No, not just at the camera. At me. Its limbs were grotesquely long, its arms ending in a perverse imitation of fingers or claws that nearly brushed the ground. The thing towered far taller than any human ever could have, and as tall as it was, its back was hunched over, one shoulder drooping lower than the other, and the entirety of it seemed covered in a viscous, amber-tinted sludge. I could almost imagine it dripping across the ground with each shuddering footstep. In an instant, I found myself on my feet, my desk chair banging into the wall behind me. My eyes were fixed on the image. "What the hell is that, Alan?" I cried out, feeling my heartbeat hammering in my chest, hearing the pulsing in my ears. "This has to be some sort of setup, right? Tell me this is a joke. Is this some new fucked up sculpture that Chloe built?" My friend was silent for a long moment, but I thought I could sense a cautious hopefulness sweep over him. When he spoke, his voice trembled so badly that I could barely understand his words.
You see it. Tell me you see it.
"Of course I fucking see it," I said harshly, an abrupt and irrational sense of terror running its cold fingers down my face, the feeling of blood draining away. "But what is it?" He inhaled deeply, and then his breaths came in little ragged puffs, almost like he was suppressing a nervous laugh.
"Thank God,"
he breathed, and now I was sure I could hear an anxious anticipation in his voice. It sounded like he was on the verge of tears. I heard furious typing on his keyboard and then what sounded like quiet, relieved sobbing.
"It's gone. Oh, thank you, God."
"Alan? Alan!" I repeated, still standing and aware of the fact that I had moved several more steps away from my laptop, from that thing in the picture that was still occupying my screen. Its eyes were still fixed on the camera, and though I had subconsciously moved a few steps to the right when I retreated, somehow they seemed to have shifted a bit, as if to follow my movements. But that was impossible, of course. An optical illusion, nothing more. This was just a still frame from Alan's security cameras. It was a static JPEG image. It was almost another minute before he finally collected himself enough to respond to me. And when he did, there was something shadowy and secret hidden behind his words. Something that only added to my own growing anxiety.
Sorry, homie, I had to
Place it.
pass him off to
I knew
somebody
something was
else.
"It's gone, Nick. Thank you. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you. It's been so long, but I knew you'd still be able to help me,"
he said, his words falling over each other in a tumble. His breath was hitching as he spoke, but it wasn't fear or desperation anymore. It was relief, immense, immeasurable relief. I had no idea what he was talking about. "What do you mean it's gone? Help you with what, Alan? You need to start making sense, and I mean right fucking now," I almost shouted. I was far past tolerating his half sentences and word games. I wanted answers. I needed to know what the hell this was all about. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter.
"I'm sorry, Nick. I really am,"
He said, and I didn't miss the color tinting his voice this time. What was it? It almost sounded like remorse or guilt.
"I have a family, Nick. Chloe, Rick, and little Emily. Chloe's pregnant again, as a matter of fact. I have to protect them, no matter what."
He continued, sounding almost manic as the words poured from the phone.
"You would have done the same. I know it. Anyone would have done the same. You're a good man, Nick. Thank you for saving my family."
Frustrated and still not understanding exactly what he was rambling on about, I decided that I was done looking at whatever this was in the image he'd sent me. With a quick step, I moved to the laptop and closed the image. In its place, the original file still stood open, showing the first capture he'd sent me. I moved the mouse to close this one as well, but froze as my eyes involuntarily sought out the thing that had been hiding just beyond the fence line. It was gone. Numbly, I retrieved my desk chair with one hand, pulling it close and sitting without taking my eyes from the screen. Frantically scanning the image again, my eyes kept trying to find the figure in the tree line. Nothing. Nothing but trees and shadows. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. It wasn't possible. This was a static image. It couldn't just change. But no matter how much I argued with myself, the proof was right in front of me. I was now looking at a completely nondescript picture of Alan's backyard through a security camera. Nothing was out of place. No nightmare horrors from the pit. No eldritch creatures clawing their way from the shadowed tree line to prey on the innocent and unaware. Nothing. Alan had been quiet for a while, and when I took the phone from my ear, I saw the call had ended. I didn't bother trying to call him back. I knew he wouldn't answer. I set the phone on my desk and looked over my shoulder at some small, innocuous sound. I suddenly felt very alone in my house. The doorway beyond my office was cast black in deep shadows, and the solitude and isolation were palpable. The wind picked up briefly outside, whistling through the woods behind my property. A few moments later, I heard the growing hiss of the coming rain as it swept through the darkened woods. I sat in silence for a long moment, eyes fixed on the curtain-covered window across the room that looked out upon my lawn and into the dense trees beyond. It took me a while to piece things together, but I think I have it figured out now. I hurriedly typed this post and uploaded it. I'm not sure how much time I've got left, so I just need for you to answer one question for me. Do you see it?
Nope, I don't see it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to present to you a collaboration video that I've been working amazing horror content on by Dark Knight Tales. Are you sure about this? I asked Sean for what seemed like the 10th time in the last 2 hours we'd been hiking the overgrown trail. The sun was high overhead, filtering through the shady canopy in flares of light as the trees moved with the blowing of the cool breeze. For a late March afternoon, the weather was nearly perfect. Crisp and clear, but still warm enough that we'd been able to stow our heavier jackets and trade them out for light windbreakers. We've been walking a while and haven't seen anything yet. Sean paused a moment ahead of me, scratching idly at his leg while he checked his GPS.
Yeah, we're almost there. Just a little further,
He said.
Oh,
with a knowing
you
grin.
mother.
He knew that I hadn't been as keen as he was about going off plan for his little side excursion. But I also knew there was no way I was going to be able to dissuade him. He had that same look in his eyes that he always got when he'd set his mind to something.
I took a bearing when I saw it, and we've been staying on course. Shouldn't be much longer. We've been going uphill for a while now, and the trees are starting to thin a bit. We should be close.
We'd been hiking through Glacier National Park on our annual outing, a tradition we'd kept every year since we left college and went our separate ways. In that time, I married and started a family, and Sean continued the whole bohemian wanderlust thing he'd been drawn toward for as long as we'd known each other. Every month or two, he'd send me a postcard from some new exotic location he'd visited, and I'd been keeping tabs on his adventures via his social media posts. 2 months prior, he'd hiked through Nepal and visited Everest Base Camp, while I stood in a cramped conference center amidst an insipid sea of other boring monochrome colleagues at yet another in an endless line of pointless trade shows. Our connection was slowly but surely fading, though. As he spent his days drifting from place to place, picking up whatever odd jobs he could to supplement his income, I was focused on my family and the white-collar career that I'd built to provide for them. Aside from our yearly gathering and the few sporadic phone calls scattered around the holidays, we were slowly drifting apart. It was sad to think about losing that connection with someone who'd been your best friend since elementary school, but I supposed it was inevitable, just the way of things. Because of this, I was always more tolerant of Sean's flights of fancy when we were together, despite the fact that they often ran in opposition with my own more conservative inclinations. So, when we'd been hiking atop the ridgeline earlier that morning and Sean suddenly stopped and pointed out the odd structure protruding through the trees on the hill opposite us, I hadn't offered much resistance. It was difficult to tell without binoculars from that distance, but Sean was insistent that it looked like an old fire lookout tower. I was less certain, but my eyesight wasn't as good as his, and it definitely seemed like the right shape. We weren't in fire season, and as I understood it, the towers weren't manned during this time of year. Hell, I'd even read that some states would rent them out to people as unique weekend vacation rentals. I always thought that sounded like an interesting idea, and had even floated it past Cheryl a couple times as a romantic getaway concept, knowing full well that there was little chance she'd be interested in the idea. She was more of a weekend at a cottage on the beach kind of woman, though, and never really took much of a shine to the idea, so I'd given up on it. Admittedly, my interest was piqued when Sean drew my attention to the tower, and even more so when he spied what looked like an old dirt path that wandered through the shallow and forested basin separating us from it. It hadn't taken much convincing to get me to follow along behind him as we left the main trail and started the winding descent. Truth be told, I was enjoying this little adventure, enjoying the feeling of rebelling against my routine-oriented instincts. When we were abruptly stopped by the chain-link fence that stretched forebodingly across the trail, that little voice in the back of my head was chanting a very distinct "I told you so" mantra. Old and worn no trespassing signs were prominently displayed along the fence line every 30 or 40 feet, the paint faded and illegible in places. You could just make out the official seal of some government office, but it was impossible to identify which. I suppose it was probably the Park Service or something like that.
Huh.
Said Sean, hands on his hips as we stood before the 8-foot-tall fence topped with barbed wire.
That's weird. Why would anyone go through the effort of putting up a fence here?
I moved to stand next to him, noting how the fence ran to our right and left, lost quickly from sight to the dense trees that surrounded the narrow trail. They probably don't want anyone trespassing on the tower, I offered, wondering myself at the unexpected placement of the barrier.
Nah, that doesn't make any sense.
he said with an absent shake of his head, not taking his eyes off the fence.
They just put one around the base of the tower. I've seen those before. This looks like the whole area is cordoned off.
I stood there another moment, silently agreeing with his assertion. It was a mystery, but not one I was overly interested in getting to the bottom of. Finally, with a quick glance at the sunlight filtering through the trees above, I gave him a quick slap on the shoulder and nodded back the way we'd come. Regardless, we'd better turn around if we want to make it to the campsite before sundown. I don't want to be setting up tents in the dark. Sean turned an amused smile.
All right. I'm going to call it a day right there. It's been a very long day. Good night, everybody. I'm going to go to bed. I started at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, so it's time for this old man to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raids. Love y'all. And I'll see you Thursday. Good night, everybody.